Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Operations and Monitoring Committee, your favourite committee on this council. I'd like to call for any apologies if there are any, please. Mr. Wadisi. Yes, Councillor Kawate. For early departure, 11 o'clock for Metapeka Kawate. Councillor Maxwell. You're catching a plane to go to Wellington. Yes, Councillor Kuma. Sorry? Okay, thank you. Just a couple of housekeeping matters. Firstly, you realise the live streaming is on. It's probably the most popular show in town at the moment, particularly with one particular group who are all moving to Wellington, which is great to see. Please turn your mics on. We just had an incident there where I couldn't hear Councillor Maxwell, Councillor Kumar. And please make sure your cell phones are turned off and not on the table, in your bag, etc., unless there's a classic emergency, which we all agreed to some time ago. So if you could remove those from the table. Mine's on vibrate in my bag, so if it's extra urgent, I'll do it during the breaks. So we've got no apologies, just some apologies for early departure, unless there are any other apologies. Okay, cool.
Mr. Chair, I'll move the apologies for early departure be received.
Thank you, Councillor Donaldson. Seconded, Councillor Kent. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. I'd like to ask for any declarations of interest as per members' responsibilities. Are there any declarations of interest? Mr. Patawa.
Just on page 4 with the digital strategy. There's yes, I'd like to declare a small interest.
In?
The film. There are 2 items on the agenda.
Okay, can you raise it when we come to them? Okay, awesome. I don't think they're majors. You're not getting a pecuniary interest. Or you could be. Okay, declare them at the time that they come up. Excellent. Urgent items not on the agenda. Does any member have an item at the discretion of the chair that is an urgent item that must be discussed today? Councillor Gould, try me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With the flooding which Rotorua has had in the last 2 days, could we get an update from the Chief Executive on the what's happening with Rotorua Lakes Council concerning the problems around the district, please?
Stavros will be here. We'll be able to ask him for an update. Yes, I think particularly the lake level of Lake Rotorua is of major concern right around the whole of the lake. So I think Stavros will be in a position to give us an update. Okay. Just a house. Oh, you wish it?
I've noticed that Honi has walked in the room, and Honi is our Tuia representative. Honi, would you like to just stand up so councillors know? So Tuia is a leadership program, and Honi is going through 5 wānanga this year. So on a learning curve, but welcome, and it's nice for council to see him. Thanks.
Just on the number 4 on the, we've got a presentation from Rotorua Connect Roading, Alistair Gray, who's a consultant for NZTA. Now, he's first up, but obviously he's not here. So what we'll do is we'll go through the agenda in order that as per the agenda, and when he arrives, we'll suspend business so we can hear his presentation. I've allocated an hour for him. This is your opportunity to ask questions regarding the resourcing and the different options relating to the Eastern Corridor and or Nongata or any other issues in the road transport area that you have any questions or concerns about. So think about what you want to ask, and I will give you an opportunity to ask those questions at the end of his presentation. His presentation is quite lengthy, but it is detailed, so we'll need some concentration in terms of picking up what he's saying. I've had a bit of a briefing with Mr. Williams and Her Worship in terms of what's been happening over with the road transport meetings, etc., some correspondence that's been sent backwards and forwards, etc. So I'll be taking the lead, particularly off Her Worship, who I'm going to ask to speak shortly, in terms of where we're at and what we're pushing as a territorial local authority, based on the fact that over the years, and former Councillor Martin will agree with me, and those who've been here for a while, Rotorua has always taken second step. We've always said, yes, Taronga's priorities are greater in terms of the roads of national significance and some of their major projects because of the growth that they were experiencing, because we didn't have any growth. So we sort of stepped aside quite a bit and allowed Taronga to get most of the NZTA funding. Now it's our turn, I believe. So, Your Worship, would you just like to
Yes,
help me out?
On the Regional Transport Committee meeting in Tauranga last Friday, I raised our concerns that we were all fielding as councillors about the state of the roundabout at Tarawera and the Tarawera Road intersection, and I've had a very good response from Nicholas Johansson, the highway manager, that they're starting to do the remedial work on the Tarawera roundabout on April the 7th, subject to a clear weather window. So I think here's Stavros walking in the room, but clearly that was work that needed to be done. We were concerned, and it's great that they've responded and that this will be being done, and hope they get the good weather break, but congratulations Stavros, and it's great. This is the Tarawera roundabout. That's good news. That we're concerned, and I see in here they note that there's lots of solutions being looked at this stage, and I was particularly happy to see that they're acknowledging that what we would prefer is a full flyover option. In our business case, I'm not sure that we're going to get it, but that will come up later. So rather than pull that meeting down to this, I think it's important that we table this email.
Members need to remind themselves that this gentleman who's coming to present to us is a consultant for NZTA. He's not NZTA, he's a consultant. So he's got to get the groundhog message of the growth that has occurred, the traffic management issues that we're all experiencing, not only eastern but western, and also residentially. I mean, Ranulph Street in the morning is just unbearable. People are now ducking down through Rotorua Central to get to the other side of town, so that's becoming a major road. So there's a number of issues that need to be addressed, and Stavros will be guided by your intervention when he's here, and also responding to some of the questions that are obviously going to be raised. So thank you very much for that. Your Worship?
Yeah. It was my understanding that the Rotorua Connect project is about Tenai Road. Yeah. So that's what we're giving the presentation on this morning. And the centre. Thank you.
Yes, but being an optimist, Stavros, and being chair of the meeting, I will take any opportunity we can to push our cases in other areas of the region that need to be addressed. Someone had a question over here. Councillor Gould? No? Oh, sorry. Councillor Kumar.
Thank you, Chairperson. I've just had a little bit of sugar, so I'm back on track. I'm a bit slow when you asked under urgent business if there was some matter. I do have something that I believe is... Thank you so much. This is with regards to the lack of parking at Hinemoa Street, where another new restaurant is opening, and they already troubled with the existing customers that are there. So is there a long-term solution to the cycleway that's going there, or how we can get around it to getting more parking for them? Because this Indian restaurant that's coming is huge, and it's going to add to more woes.
Thank you, Councillor Kumar.
Thank you so much.
We'll bring that up after our confidential, or just before we go into confidential, and Stavros will hopefully be able to assist you with that. There are, we've all had messages about Hinemoa Street. The rest of it is fine. We're just getting quite a bit of angst regarding Hinemoa Street. So I'm quite happy that you bring that up just before we go into confidential. Okay. Confirmation of the minutes. The minutes of the Operation and Monitoring Committee meeting held on the 9th of March on page 7.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. Could I
Oh,
just-
sorry,
yes.
Petawa.
I just had sorry for my late. Just had a question about one of the confidential items on our agenda, and whether, because there may be perceived public health implications, whether that matter should stay in the confidential part, or if it could be brought out. What are the reasonings for this matter going into the confidential, and could that be brought out?
I'll ask Mr. Williams to comment. JP?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm presuming that's the last item, which was recommendation 5.
Has been a procedural question been raised, Potoa, regarding whether it's this committee's responsibility, that particular motion that's in confidential, which I don't want you to discuss at this stage, and staff are going to come back with a recommendation. There was a contention that it should be SP and F, not this committee. So,
Yeah, it was just the page 75 matter.
yep.
I think also through you, Mr. Chair, that item provides the opportunity for any other items that may need confidential updates through the operational report to also be heard. So it's not just that one specifically identified there, it's any other things that flow from the open session of operations and monitoring update into that confidential part.
All right, thank you. Thanks, Potoa, for raising that. So do I have a mover and a seconder for the minutes of the 9th of March on page 7? And are there any items? I have a mover. Thank you, Councillor. Oh, okay. Thank you, Councillor Gould. Seconded, Mr. Waru. Matters arising. Councillor Bentley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My concern is with the Rotorua contracting, in that I've done a little bit of research since their verbal report the other day with regard to their Scion contract that they were obviously very pleased to get, in that was I'm very uncomfortable with our council-controlled organisation openly competing with ratepayers for work and actually taking it off ratepayers. The ratepayers concerned came to me and gave me some figures which absolutely horrified me in the terms that we think we can do this work for the amount of money that we've tendered. And I'm wondering where we're going to see the reduction in the level of service to be able to have them accomplish their commitments.
Councillor Bentley. So your question is regarding council CCOs openly competing with ratepayers and the cost structures surrounding that?
Yes, it is, and I'd like to see more in-depth financial input in that. It is, I am to understand that a person from Tauranga was the person that put the tender together.
So councillors, I guess there's two issues that were raised there. One was obviously around the cost and how they've managed to achieve it at a price that you've suggested, and I don't know what that price is and how it compares. All I can say is that obviously that our CCO is run by a professional board and also has professional personnel there with regards to their pricing, and I would assume therefore that they've done the right thing and worked through all those issues and understood what the costs are. Secondly, there is, my understanding, no cross-subsidisation, so I think the fear of they've managed to get that price because council is subsidising their cost base or the cost structure to achieve that, I think is incorrect. They're under clear directive that can't take place. If anything, when they are pricing new work and picking up new work, the intent is to pick up and recover a lot of the costs that council is already funding, which has the flow-on effect of reducing the net cost of service back to council in the future.
Councillor Bentley.
Well, when the budget was 100K from Scion, when the other contract gives a figure of about 90K and Castle Corp comes in with 60K, that's got to raise questions.
Yeah, I think we're delving into quite a bit of detail and confidential matters regarding tenders. I just wondered, Councillor Bentley, I saw you the other day meeting these people, and I think you've raised a very good point. However, when we created the CCAs, there was no illusion that the CCAs would go out on the open market and compete. But I think some of the questions that you have raised today need a bit more refining. So I just wondered if you would be, I don't resolve from the fact that you're entitled to raise that here. But I would think maybe a meeting with the Chief Executive Officer and Thomas to, because it's hard for us, not being in the play in terms of getting the representations that you had, to actually respond and to understand the wider issues. I'm quite happy that after that meeting, Councillor Bentley, that the CEO, yourself and Mr. Collet present a confidential response to the issues that you raise. I think that's the best way of tidying it up, otherwise the meeting could get bogged down in detail. Okay? Councillor Gould?
Chairman, page 8, 3.2.
Yes.
Did Mr. Jason Ward speak to Mr. Martin about the council reserve land being zoned residential 1?
Yes. Did that occur? Did you talk with Jason Ward, Consent Solutions Manager, and was that agreed?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, we haven't spoken, but we'd like to meet at 4:45 on Monday. Jason is away at the moment, and the Youth Centre Working Committee will have a meeting with the appropriate people that was discussed in this forum.
Excellent. So
on Monday's subject.
So the meeting's underway and you'll be discussing it. Thank you, Mr. Mount. Any other matters arising from the minutes? Mr. Wadu, welcome.
Kia ora, Mr. Chair, kia ora tata. No, mine's just a typo issue because I read them very, very well, and indeed the rest of the reports too. Just on page 9 there, unless my English is not quite up to scratch, it should be the meeting adjourned at 11:41 a.m. and resumed rather than assumed. And then go back down further there, Charles Sturt assumed the chair rather than resumed. So that's all, just nitpicking, I suppose. But kia ora.
Train spotting there, Mr. Wadu. Okay, moving on. We've got a mover and seconder. All those in favour, please say aye. Sorry, Councillor Maxwell.
Question on page 10 there, Eric Corte gave us a presentation on the Havelock North drinking water thing there. Just a quick question, has the government inquiry come out yet, the information from that?
CEO? No. Not at this stage. Okay. There's been an interim report. Okay, thank you. Okay, the minutes have been moved and seconded. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you. And those other matters will be followed up. They have been noted. Staff reports. Recommendation 1 on page 13. Sorry. Thank you, Your Worship. Where am I up to? Recommendation 1 on page 13. I haven't got a copy of the recommendation. Okay. So it's been moved by Your Worship, seconded by Councillor Tapsell, that the financial performance for the 8 months ended the 28th of April 2017 be approved. All those in favour, please say aye. Be received, sorry, be received, not yeah, okay. Received. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Mr. Collet.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, councillors and board members. This is the financial performance for the 8 months to the 28th of February. Operating results, so we'll go into operating result, capital expenditure, we'll touch on some debt as well, and then I'm going to finish this presentation talking about our credit rating. So from an operating perspective, there's been a small decline during the month. So we were 450,000 behind budget at the end of January, and that has declined to 605,000. So the majority of that decline is down to the museum. So 145,000 of that is the decline in the museum with regards to its closure. The pleasing thing is that decline is actually smaller than we anticipated. So we were actually thinking or expecting a decline in excess of $200,000. So that's just a reflection of the matching cost reductions that Stuart has taken place in the museum as well to help offset that. And in saying that, the decline in the operating result is in line with where we forecast to end the year. In saying that, we are working towards making sure that we can do better than that forecast. Overall, revenues are behind budget as well. So the main contributor to that is understandably the museum, which is now well in excess of 700,000 behind budget and revenues. Other revenues are tracking well ahead, and particularly the rates revenue is up due to growth in the rating database that was at the start of the year. Subsidies and investment income as well. Fees and charges from all other sources, excluding the museum, are well up as well. Consenting significantly up and continues to build on the previous months. Parking as well continues to improve that result against budget as well, and regulatory as well. So in the main, those three are helping soften the impact of the reduced revenue from the museum. In saying that though, consenting and regulatory in particular, to achieve those revenues is obviously down to the fact that there's a significant amount of demand, and with that demand also comes additional resourcing that is required. So operating revenues are down, but also expenditure is over budget as well by 350,000. So that's declined a little bit during the last month as well. So it's had a $50,000 improvement. Again, just to remind you that the majority of that is down some historical transactions over the last 8 months with regards to the museum closure, the redundancies of staff, some staff there, as well as those transition costs for the new waste service that we talked about, as well as staff expenses are being further impacted by the need to have additional staff to support the consenting and regulatory functions, and that's in support of that additional revenue that is being generated. A capital expenditure, so 21.2 million spent to date. Now that's a pretty good result for us for this time of the year. Last year we ended the year with about 22 million spent for the full 12 months. So 8 months in, that's looking pretty good. So it is currently ahead of budget, the phased budget, but there's been a small decline with regards to being ahead of budget on the previous month. You'll recall though that again, we are pulling funding forward for the Library Health Hub with regards to the timing of the contract. And the museum storage acquisition, which wasn't budgeted, is in there as well. So overall, we're forecasting to spend $34 million, which will be 4.4 million more than budget. To help fund that, so to help fund our capital works program, we already have a $1 million target of property sales included in the budget. So we've achieved 1.1 million of that already. There is a number of contracts that are currently under, properties that are under contract. And assuming that they go unconditional in the next month or two, as we expect them to do, that will contribute a further $2 million worth of revenue. We have now sold our excess carbon credits that we held for the landfill, which it's no longer a cost that falls on us, and we achieved $800,000 of revenue from the sale of those. So all up combined, should those two properties go unconditional, we should bring in a further 3 million more than was budgeted, and those funds will be helped to offset the brought forward of the Library Health Hub, as well as the additional expenditure for the museum storage. Borrowings. So borrowings currently are up on our starting position at the start of the year. It is due to just cash flow and the timing of the rates instalment. So as I've said previously, our debt does peak generally April, early May. And we're seeing that currently with regards to a slow trajectory towards a peak. And then as that final rates instalment comes through in May, it settles back down to where we expect it to be. So while it is temporarily up, we expect, based on us achieving forecasts, that it will revert back to where we were at the start of the year, and there will be no new borrowings required for the year. So we're still on track for achieving our end-of-year forecast, and saying that we've still got a conservative operating result down to the museum closure, and if Stuart continues to do the things that he's doing at the museum, we're hoping that won't be as bad as what we're forecasting, but we'll take that conservative approach and leave it as it is at the moment. We expect capital expenditure to be 4.4 million over, asset disposals to bring in a further $3 million. We anticipate no new borrowings during the year. However, we do anticipate our cash on hand to reduce to $3 million. So that will be a $4 to $5 million reduction in our cash on hand. We planned in our budget to have a $3 million reduction, so it will be $1 to $2 million higher than what was planned, partially down to the closure of the museum and the shortfall of revenues that are coming from there. For trading, so last few months we've been working with Fitch Ratings for our annual review of our credit rating. So just remember, Fitch Ratings is an international company, one of the three large companies that does global credit ratings. And we have been working with them over the last couple of months, and they've been trawling through every nook and cranny that they could find and interviewing people to arrive at whether we retain our credit rating or not. The pleasing thing is that we have retained our AA- credit rating and have retained our outlook of outlook, and we have retained our outlook of stable. So, yeah, I guess for me, and for the organisation, this is a second independent lens into the financial management of our organisation. One is Audit New Zealand on an annual basis, and the second is Fitch. Now, there were some unfortunate comments probably at the last meeting with regards to our financial management. So it's probably very pleasing for me to see that an international rating company would put in their press release with regards to affirming our credit rating, that they would put the comment of Fitch sees the council's financial management as a strength. So that was quite pleasing. In addition to that, there were also some comments that we don't look at reducing our expenditure, and that we just tend to put rates up. So Fitch does go through multiple years of information, and they go back as far as they like, and that's generally multiple long-term plans. So to receive the comment again from them to say that Rotorua Lakes Council has addressed previously weak performance through a mix of restructuring, expense cuts and revenue increases, again is quite pleasing, and probably goes against some of the comments that were previously made. In addition to that, so again, we talk when we do the annual plans, and we talk about our forecasts and our projections, and we talk about the implications of decisions and bringing things forward and what they mean going forward. Again, Fitch picks up on those things and believes that our financial forecasts, as outlined in our annual and long-term plans, are achievable. So again, when they look at our credit rating, they do take all these things into account. And probably the third comment that was quite notable was that they believe that council is committed to lowering debt levels, and its forecast peak levels have declined between long-term plans. So they recognise that we have had some pressures in the past, and that our debt, while we all agree is not at the level that we'd like it to be, that we are focusing on reducing that over the long term. But so for me, very pleasing to see those comments, and in particular, very pleasing to see us retain our credit rating.
Thank you, Thomas. Just before we go to questions, I just wondered whether that could be front page news on one of either our daily or our weekly newspaper, because I saw a paper during the week which was inferring that council was heading down the path of statutory management, which was absolutely ridiculous. But I just wondered if, Mr. CEO, that Fitch report can be put on our website, so that members of our community who are open to this type of information can see it and see for themselves what Fitch have said. Right, I'll ask for any questions or comments. Councillor Donaldson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, Thomas, congratulations on the Fitch rating, but could you just spell out the advantages of having that rating in terms of our borrowing rates and that sort of thing? I think that's useful to know as well.
The credit rating at the moment probably saves us closer to $500,000 a year in interest expense per annum, so that's the benefit of it. So while it does have an annual cost of about $50,000 to retain, plus all the work that goes into it, it has a significant benefit in retaining that.
Joe wants to make a comment?
If I can just add to that, I think from a governance point, there's a huge advantage of actually having this audit. Our regular audit that we have of our various documents and of our end-of-year financials through Audit New Zealand gives a very clear look at the financials and the integrity of actually the reporting that's actually made and the disclosures made. What the Fitch audit does is that it certainly delves into the detail of the financials to make sure that that level of clarity is there, but it also goes a lot further by looking at the management practices in the organisation and also the operating environment that the organisation is actually existing within, to ensure that the expectations and assumptions that have been set out in our plans are in fact realistic and appropriate to achieve. So from a governance point of view, what it does provide you with is another lens to look at the performance and transparency of the financial management of this organisation.
For that, Mr. Williams. Councillor Gould, question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thomas, thank you for your report. I'm quoting from page 15. I'm going to quote bits from 2 paragraphs. End of the year, 4.4 million over budget, which you already put on the screen. These sales will contribute a further 2 million in land sale and property sales. And the next line says additional 3 million from property and asset sales. And the next line says it leaves a further 1.4 to find, which is likely. Are the property sales correct? You know, is there going to be any problems with them? And are you able to find that $1.4 million difference?
So sorry, yes, I can probably see the confusion there in that paragraph. So we do have 2 million under contract at the moment. One will very likely go ahead. The other is currently undertaking due diligence, but we expect that one to go ahead with regards to the signals that we're receiving. So it's very likely that we will receive that additional 2 million before the end of the year. We've sold those carbon credits of 800,000, so those two combined are about 3 million. I've done some rounding there, councillor. It's not quite 2 million, it's about 2.1-ish. So I've just rounded it to 3 million for the ease. And then on top of that, we do have additional properties. So we're holding the properties that we acquired at Western Road, those residential properties. So we're looking at fixing them up. And there's about 4 or 5 properties there at about 400,000 a piece. So if not more in today's market. So that should provide us some more. And plus we've got those commercial properties on Tenai with regards to the offer back of the Public Works Act, which we're about to undertake. And that could potentially bring in multiples of millions as well. So,
prior to that, from what I can see from the report, is that these sales are not going to reduce debt, because if we've got extra expenditure, like you've example like the health hub, which you brought forward to this year of $3 million. Am I right in saying that?
No, it's no borrowing, no. And no, it's sorry, let me be clear. If these property sales, we get more money from what we need to help fund the expenditure that has been pulled forward, then council will have a choice at the end of the year as to whether it wants to put those surplus funds towards debt retirement or whether it wants to rebuild cash reserves. So there is that opportunity to have that discussion at the end of the year if we are in the position to do that.
Thank you, Councillor Gould. Councillor Bentley?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My comment, or I am very concerned and object to the fact that we're selling assets to fund the day-to-day running of council and not retire debt. I think that any other person who borrows money to buy buildings and then uses that money for day-to-day running and doesn't repay the bank is being a little bit disingenuous.
So sorry.
Good question, Councillor Bentley. Where does it say that? I've gone through my agenda thoroughly. I don't know where you get that impression from, but quite happy that Mr. Colley answers the question.
So I've covered this a number of times, Councillor, that we are selling assets to reinvest into other assets. So that is where the money is going. So I'm not too sure how much clearer I can be on that.
Councillor Bentley? Can you... Chair, please. Councillor Bentley, you have a question? Okay. Yes, CEO.
Can I just add to what Thomas has said, is that the organisation, as you well know, from 2007 to 2013, did cross-subsidise operations as a result of increased debt. That is no longer happening. We are not cross-subsidising our operations through asset sales. So our operations are clear, they're reported on, and the disclosures that you've even got today show how they're actually funding. As the Chief Operating Officer has said, asset sales are looking at actually growing other assets. That's the key. They're not cross-subsidising operations.
Thing that we did was we made a conscious decision at the last year's LTP because we were given the scenarios of debt and asset sales, etc., we approved that the staff go out and dispose of assets so that we don't have to go and borrow more. So I just want it dispelled from the chair, as the chair of this committee, I just want it dispelled that we are not borrowing money to fund the operation of this organisation. And we haven't done so since PricewaterhouseCoopers report came in. Am I correct? Or yes, okay, that's fine, we'll move on. Councillor Kent, you're way down the line, mate. Your Worship?
Congratulations. That is a stunning Fitch rating there, which should give the public great assurance that this council's financial management and the rest is in good hands. My question is about emerging trends that we're seeing by year end, and you made a remark, Thomas, in your report about the regulatory impact of having to get more staff. Could we receive a report, probably the next month, about the extra costs for the swimming pool regulations, the Health and Safety Act, the Food Safety Act, because these are issues as a council that we should be really aware of, especially in an election year, and the extra costs to council. And the other one that concerns me is resilience, and we should be looking at this as a council, whether it's through Infracore or us ourselves with the adverse weather event a month ago, and costs, because I think it was a great response that council got in and just helped people in Ralph Road and, you know, cleared their real safety issues. But then even with yesterday, there are some resilience issues that I think we need to look at alongside the impact of climate change. So it would be great if we could have a bit of a commentary on that at your next report, because those are the issues we should be very concerned about, that we can't control.
Thank you. I'm sure the CEO will take that up. Mr. Basani Tuli, welcome.
Kia ora, Thomas. Congratulations, especially in an uncertain global climate, on that rating. Just a small comment and quick question. The comment we just had recently, Te Aroa Hui, and the recent reports that maybe the rates were going up, generated a bit of heated discussion. But our elders came back and said, thank you for at least signalling, because a lot of our elders own their own property but are on fixed incomes. So at least it gives them a bit of advance notice to start to adjust their budgets. So just thank you on their behalf. But my question is, any progress on the disposal of asset strategy that we've been asking for in the last few meetings?
There certainly is progress. I have the final draft, and what I felt, I was talking to Monty about it yesterday with regards to probably setting up a meeting with Te Tato first of all to go through it, and then we will look to socialise it with the rest of the councillors.
Draft at this stage, so that will come back to this committee for final ratification. That's your intention, Mr. Colley?
It will need committee approval, yes.
Thank you. Mr. Martin.
Two questions, Mr. Chairman. Actually, I think the first one has been answered with that question previously. I was going to ask for a list of properties that we've actually sold, and those that I assume are with a real estate at the moment, real estate agent at the moment. If I could have a copy of that, it would be appreciated, unless it's tied up with what you've just spoken about a few minutes ago. My second question, please, is the Fitch ratings. Over what period were they taken, please?
Not sure exactly what you mean by what period is it taken. It's a snapshot of obviously where we currently sit, where our performance has been over the last few years, and where our forecast is going forward. They generally look at our long-term plan, but I would say that the main focus is in the forecast with regards to the next 3 financial years in particular. They put heavy focus on.
Could I just have clarification, please, Mr. Chairman? Are we looking to the future under the plan, or are they actually done the Fitch ratings from previous workings?
Well, they do both. So just like when you look at the financial performance of a business, if you were to buy it, you look at the previous financial performance, its current financial performance, and where it's projected to go. And Fitch do exactly the same. They look at our past, what we're doing currently, and where we're forecasting to go.
So it's hard to get an answer, Mr. Chairman. Are we looking at 3 years prior and 3 years?
Well, I don't know, because I don't sit in those committee meetings that they hold in Brussels or Europe, wherever it is, and look at those time periods. As I said to you, I do know that they look back. They have looked at multiple long-term plans, and as I said, they have particular focus on the coming next 3 financial years. But in saying that, they do look at the remainder of our long-term plan, which also has 7 years remaining. So while it might be a little bit vague, if you wish, I can go and ask them exactly which time period, but they may not be able to give a specific answer as well, because I'd imagine they look where they need to go.
Good question, Councillor Martin. I think what
we're trying to look at.
I think what Mr. Colley alluded to.
I'll leave it there, Mr. Chairman.
I think what Mr. Colley alluded to is they take into account past performance and what's projected into the future, and base their credit rating on the past performance more, because things can change into the future. But Councillor Martin, Mr. Martin.
So just on that, I mean, they're aware that our debt doubled in the space of 6 years, from 2008 to 14. They're aware of what our financial performance was during that time. That we weren't sticking to budgets. We had optimistic budgets. Our costs, were what they were. That we weren't funding our activities correctly. They're aware of our restructuring that we did back in 2014. They're aware that we reduced our operating costs by well over $9 million since then as well. They've also looked at our current long-term plan and the financial strategy, and they've looked at the last 2 years with regards to how we're going towards achieving our current long-term plan, and we've had in-depth discussions with regards to where we see our capital spend, our debt forecast to go over the remainder of the LTP, but their particular focus going forward is probably the shorter term with regards to the next 3 financial years. So as you said, a lot of the past, how we are currently, and again into the future.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not knocking the ratings by any means. I accept the ratings, but I'm finding it very difficult to have a rating as good as that and the suggestion that we possibly could be going out with a 3.8 increase in rates. And that's why I'm trying to get my figures together. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
For your question, Councillor Martin, I think you've raised some good points because we need to know the basis on how Fitch arrive at that rating, and I think that's been explained pretty well. Councillor Rotorua Tate.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've just got a brief question, but I just want to say that I'm pleased that we've retained our credit rating. However, I dare say there will be some at this table and possibly in our community who will still feel it's not worth it, and mainly because it doesn't fit their negative frame of thinking around our council. But it is good news, and we should celebrate that. And I want to thank you, Jeff, and your team for the mahi that you've done over the last period to get us where we have been able to retain our credit rating, and all of the country will know it. All other councils will know it, so thank you for that. My question is around the carbon credits. Have we exhausted them all, or have we retained any at all?
We retained a small portion which we were required for this financial year, and they will be given back to the appropriate authority, and we've sold the balance. So once those other ones are exhausted, we will have no carbon credits left.
Yep. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question relates to comments that have already been made. We've heard that Council is not using the sale of assets to fund operational expenditure, and we've heard that the Council is not going to increase borrowing in this financial year. So my question is, on page 13, at the bottom of the full year forecast, we have a $5.271 million operating deficit. If you look on page 15, you'll see our capital reserves are only reducing by 2.5 million. So where's the other $2.5 million coming from? Is that money that is set aside for capital expenditure that is going to be used in operating?
Mr. Colley.
So Councillor, we're once again in that great discussion around capital subsidies, which aren't shown in the operating costs. So you'll see on page 15 that we budgeted to receive a further $4 million of capital subsidies, which help fund that shortfall. You'll also recall that part of that operating deficit is a significant amount of non-cash expenditure being depreciation, and we fund that to obviously fund our capital expenditure, and you do have to piece the two together, which this report does for you.
Thank you. Councillor Kent. Councillor Hunt.
Thank you. I've got a question, but firstly, I hope that this AA- rating from Fitch puts to bed the entrenched ignorance that we keep seeing out in the community and the mischief making. And I concur with what Councillor Rotorua Tate says, that it's nonsense. And I'm not sure how much clearer Thomas could make this. And I wonder, and I think I probably know the answer, but you talk about phasing of the budget, because each time we get the rates instalments, it does cause that up and down, and that often piques people in the community saying that our debt's out, unmanageable because we hit a low and then suddenly we're over. Does anybody phase the budget so that it caters for those peaks and troughs and rates instalments? And would that help our community understand that we are not only solvent, but we are one of the leading councils in the country, and the whole world knows this because we've had a worldwide organisation say it quite clearly and to highlight how we're doing, why we're doing it, and what their expectations of are of us in the future. So if there's anything we can do to put to bed this nonsense that we keep hearing muttering and the entrenched ignorance out there, then I'd like to hear it.
Councillor Hunt, Mr. Colley? Will the CEO want to comment? She didn't answer the question. It was a nice speech.
It was on the phasing. On the phasing, that the top of
Phasing,
page
yeah.
15,
Yeah,
it
good
says
question.
there's no phasing in the budget when rates are collected. So would phasing of the rates help people in the community understand that it is a steady, the money comes in, but it doesn't all come in all smoothly?
Yeah, I guess that comment is probably relates to the fact that we receive rating income 4 times a year, and our budgets are phased to accommodate that, and therefore in between those months we do generally spend more than obviously what we receive, and that cash goes up and down as required. And obviously while we manage our cash, we strive not to hold as much cash as possible and to reduce our debt on a temporary basis and obviously long-term basis as well, and that you're always going to get those fluctuations. But bearing in mind the majority of our capital expenditure occurs over the summer months, there was that comment with regards to our debt generally peaks at its highest level late April, early May, following a rates instalment in the 20th of May, then settles back down to where more manageable level. Yep.
Thank you, Mr.
Kia ora, Mr. Chair. A couple of questions and maybe a suggestion too. On page 14, there's mention of a revenue shortfall of 1.3 million. I'm just wondering what are the strategies to address this shortfall? So I'll let you answer that one first.
Yeah, so that's predominantly the museum. So multiple strategies. Obviously, there's a reduction in the cost of running the museum. So we have seen a significant reduction in electricity costs and those sorts of items because the museum is closed. So that helps soften the impact of that reduction. And we've also, gone across the organisation that ultimately we try and live within our envelope. And while the committee several months ago, we talked about the fact that we didn't want to see a reduction in any levels of service to reduce this. We have gone across the organisation and squeezed as hard as we can to try and soften that by the end of the year. And as I said, we're optimistic that we will do better than that, but in saying that, we will take the conservative approach and leave the forecast where it is, just in case unforeseen things happen, such as the rain event that's taken place over the last week, and we obviously don't know whether there'll be any significant costs that have fallen out of that either.
Thank you, Thomas. Just another question there, Mr. Chair, in regards to the property sales. I think page 15. Is there more information relating to the offer back of some commercial properties acquired under the Public Works Act?
Being disposed of subject to the payback to the original owners under the Public Works Act.
Yeah, the offer back.
Good question. Thank you.
No, so that comment relates to the 3 commercial properties on Tenai Road that were acquired under the Public Works Act for the Victoria Street Arterial. That's no longer going ahead. We need to bring a paper forward to council to actually say that they're surplus now for requirements, and once that's been signalled, then we can start the offer back under the Public Works Act. And if the previous owners decide not to rebuy them back off us, then they would be sold on the open market, is generally the way we would go about it.
Kia ora, thank you for that. And the last quarter I had was just more of a suggestion. You mentioned that the final draft had been done for the land disposal policy, is that correct? And that you would want to present it here at the next O&M meeting, is that correct?
Would have to go to strategy and policy and finance.
That's what I was going to suggest. Maybe you want to go there. And I was just wondering there, Mr. Chair, would it be helpful if I move a motion to get a time frame around that policy being presented at the SPNF committee?
So he did mention earlier, though, Mr. Wadu, that he wanted to go and consult with...
that means he'll have to get done really quickly then.
Yeah, he had to go and consult with Te Taru and to bring it back to SPNF and then get ratification at full council.
So, sorry, Chair, there are a number of policies as well that are coming to that committee to get reconfirmed and approved. So I'm cognizant of the fact that it makes sense that they're all there at that same time. So that is the timeline we are working towards. Also aware that there is a significant amount of keen interest in this policy. So I just want to make sure that there's had that robust discussion before it comes to the committee. Yep.
I'm happy that you do move a motion, Mr. Waru, but I think things are on track. The staff want to get this through so that they've got policy direction in themselves.
Okay, then, well, I suppose our executive officer will be waiting on your call to make that hui with te tatau. Kia ora.
Thank you. Next speaker is Councillor Maxwell, then I'll put the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. From me, a big congratulations to Thomas and Mr. Williams and the staff for bringing us this excellent report on the Fitch credit rating, and I share in the positive comments that other councillors, the majority of councillors, have expressed before I did. The question I've got is, with all the museum issues that we've had and the insurance issues, are you able to tell me how the Fitch AA rating and that is helps us? Tell us how this helps us by having a good credit rating.
Well, as I said before, the credit rating helps us with regards to reducing our overall cost of borrowing, and that has about a $500,000 impact on an annual basis. The other benefit of having a credit rating, which we haven't been shy about, is that our current borrowing limit is 175% of our revenue. So it is different from you and I and our personal circumstances or businesses, in that our borrowings aren't secured against assets because our assets are public and can't be sold. So it is secured against our revenue. And 175% is considered a prudent level across the sector. Now, we are obviously creeping up towards that level. The benefit of having a credit rating, though, is that A, it reduces our cost of borrowing, but does allow us to go above that limit if the council chooses to do so. So it does therefore create a significant amount of headroom, if required, to cover significant events. And saying that, with regards to the museum, there's been a few comments around insurance. Why aren't this being paid for by insurance? So it's very similar to if my house burnt down. My house burnt down last week. I'm going to go claim insurance. Insurance will pay out when it knows what it needs to do to either reinstate my house or not. It won't automatically pay out based on a sum until it has worked through that. So it might be that my house could get repaired because it hasn't fully burnt down, and they'll go through the process of understanding that, similar to what we're doing obviously the museum hasn't burnt down, but with regards to the damage. Or if it's fully burnt down, then we will go through the process of obviously understanding what it would cost to reinstate, what would that reinstatement look like, and therefore once that's all been done, then would generally pay out. And the insurance in the museum is exactly the same. It's been damaged, but we're still working through understanding what that damage is. We know, we've seen it visually, but the engineers are working through it, and we need to understand what it's going to cost to reinstate. Once we know what it's going to cost to reinstate, that's when the insurance kicks in, and we're not in that position yet. The second one, therefore, is the level of excess or deductible that we have. So we all insure our homes, hopefully, and our cars, and we all probably have $250 or $500 excesses on those assets. So when we claim, that gets deducted from the proceeds. For us, we have well over $1 billion worth of assets insured, and we can't afford to insure them at the level that you and I insure our personal assets with regards to full replacement. So we carry a greater level of risk, and so therefore the deductible or the excess that we pay reflects that level of risk. And for us, on our big infrastructure and our big buildings and so forth, we have an excess that's 5% of the value of the asset being insured. But with regards to heritage buildings, it's actually 10%. And so therefore that's the reason why we have such a high level of excess or deductible on the museum. It is a $50 million asset, and therefore that's why it has a $5 million excess. With regards to the loss of income, again, the insurance, we don't know when we're going to reopen, so therefore the insurance doesn't know how much to pay out, because it needs to, obviously we need to go through understanding the damage, what it's going to cost to fix, plus then against what's it going to cost to strengthen, which isn't covered by insurance, that's going to fall on us. And then on top of that, what's the length of closure? And then we need to go back and prove to them and show them how much revenue we would have foregone during that period. It is all then combined, and then that's when the insurance company makes its assessment with regards to a payout or not. So it's just going to take a little bit of time. So it's not the fact that our insurance is worthless, it's not, but bearing in mind our insurance is designed for catastrophic events because of the size of our assets that we're insuring. Now, if we wish to carry a lower level of risk and insure our assets more, then that will drive our insurance costs up significantly as well. So that's the balancing that we're making. Sorry, I went down a rabbit hole.
Explanation. Councillor Donaldson, finally.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you, I just wanted to, I guess, get some clarity around any misconceptions someone might pick up from one of Thomas's answers to Mr. Waru regarding savings on electricity while the museum was closed. And for those councillors who were able to get along to the museum tour earlier this week, very, very enlightening. But we were reassured that parts of the museum where sensitive artefacts such as pukaki are stored are still having air conditioning and the collection is protected. So it's under reduced electricity, but we haven't cut the power off completely. I just wanted to be clear about that before anyone got excited about it.
Okay. Okay, I'll indulge Councillor Kent.
Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Chairman. My question relates to a press report that I just seen stating that Minister Macleay expects that government will come to the party towards the museum. Do we have any update on that, please?
Good question. Your Worship, obviously, on the...
Yes, look, we've been working, as you all know, meet the ministers regularly, and he is seeking funding support from government, and until we know, he's made the announcement, which is a positive sign. I think it won't come out until the budget.
Thank you for raising that. Yeah. Absolutely, and as the Bishop said, shortly after the catastrophic situation with the earthquake, that there are plenty of philanthropic people who will fill the void, who are queuing up already to assist with that, so that's fine. So I've got a mover and a seconder, haven't I, Hilda? It was about 2 hours ago. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Thank you very much for your question. It's been very informative. We'll move now to page 16. That the report contract for the construction of stage 3 of the City Focus be received. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Move, Councillor Donaldson, seconded Mr. Waru. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Welcome, Portia McKenzie and John Paul Gaston. Yes.
Rural wishes to abstain because they weren't part of any of this at that particular time. We weren't elected, so we're abstaining. The comment is, please, basically, is before you knock something down, please make sure you know how much it's going to cost you to replace it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank you for that comment. Welcome, John Paul and Portia McKenzie. Going to take us through the report, and we've got some overheads, I understand. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Councillors, and apologies just at first up that there might have been some confusion, but what we did here was we obviously put through a report, but we attached to the report a previous report in its entirety because it was such a good summary of where we'd got to and how we'd set out the plans. So that was a report in late 2015, councillors, And I think the key elements that we wanted to just highlight by attaching that report was that there had been an extensive amount of consultation involved in putting together the plans that have been worked through, and finally we have a contract ready to go for the works. So, councillors, if you recall, it was an idea to address the traffic flows through Tūtanakai and Hinimau Street, and that had come through from the Inner City Revitalisation Group or Inner City Steering Groups, and that had gone into the Inner City Steering Group strategy, so that had been consulted on. It also became an issue we took through the long-term plan for discussion. We had feedback on that, and then when the concepts were developed up, they were also taken through a consultation process with the community, involving the ideas store as well. So the attached report back from the end of 2015 just summarises all of those processes that got us through to that point. Now, after that decision was taken for council to proceed, as you can see from the report, the City Focus building was demolished while we went through the detailed design and went to tender based on the estimates that we had. So, councillors, that was in May of 2016. And unfortunately, there was a significant amount of work on at the moment, and we only received one tender, which was well outside our cost estimates of approximately $1 to $1.2 million. So, councillors, at that stage, we took the decision to proceed with sort of the phase 2, which was to start preparing the pillars, and we went to tender for a second time. And again, we were unsuccessful in getting more than one tender, and again it was well outside the estimate that we had previously identified. So, councillors, this time round we've actually just entered into direct negotiations with Fletcher's, and that's what we're asking you to ratify today, is a contract sum of $1.135 million to complete phase 3 of the City Focus redevelopment. And Fletcher's have also agreed that that will be a fixed price contract.
Oh, no, we're open to comments and questions.
Jim, thank you for your report. Two questions. One, does 1.135 million, does that include GST? And two, on 7.1 on page 17, you've got a fixed price with no variations with Fletcher Challenge. What concerns me is that the business report in the New Zealand Herald within the last 2 weeks, where Fletcher Challenge's shares have gone down dramatically because of cost problems with other projects in New Zealand. Are we going to be hit with a possible extra cost for this particular project?
Through Mr. Chair, the cost of the project is the cost of the project, and it is a fixed price contract. Fletcher's are currently doing 2 major contracts for us. They are the contractor who is undertaking the works on the library and health hub. They are also undertaking the works on the eyesight. So at this stage, they are proving to be an extremely good contractor for us, and we would expect that to continue with this project.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your presentation. It's exciting, and I do recall there was just over 300 people that responded to this in submission, so it's good to see it getting going again. Now, just a quick question, a little question first. Can you give us an update on the Hinimau and Tūtanakai carvings that I think were being repaired, and just because it isn't mentioned anywhere in here on what's currently happening with them? And secondly, we had planned in the long-term plan a budget of 1.3 million for this for the total of this project. Now it'll come in at just $66,000 over. So if you could just let us know where you anticipate that money will come in, or is it just a change in the long-term plan budget? Thank you.
Councillors, just on, I'll speak to the budget. So what we've signalled in here, councillors, is that this will come out of the inner city funding. So your allocated amounts within those annual allocations you have for inner city projects. So the funding will come from that. in its entirety. So we've had some of the works undertaken out of that budget in the last financial years, so that was for phase 1 and phase 2. So this year, obviously, we're looking at, phase 1, and this year we're obviously taking it out of the remainder of that inner city budget.
So the carvings, when they were taken down, went back to the original carver to refurbish, and he's been working on them over the last 6 months to a year. They're ready to go back up, so he's done a really good job of them, and they're ready to go back up now. I've just been speaking to Mark Spijkerbosch about bringing those back in the next couple of months. In discussions with Monty and the carver, they're quite happy for them to just go back up because they had an original ceremony at the time that they were installed. So yeah, they'll be back really soon.
Yes, I'm glad we're not discussing the detail, but it's also nice to see Hilda and the inner city group still hanging in there, waiting to see the completion of this project. And I think the timing has been quite a good thing, really, because you've got through the summer busyness, and I know the retailers there asked us to wait till after Easter, so this is good timing and actually a good fixed price coming in here. Also want to comment, congratulations on Affinity and the sculpture down there, for those that can get there. It's astonishing, and it's starting to show us the different purpose and use of the inner city, the heart of the city. So I just wondered, with the inner city group there, you know, over time we often think of another good idea. Is there anything else that they've said, I wished we put in their beginning, that isn't there now?
No, I think that this is it. The steering group has been alongside this for a number of years now. So while the decision was made in November of 2015 by council to proceed with it, you'll remember there was a good year leading up to that. So there's been a number of years that the inner city steering group and the block champions have been part of this, and so they've had significant involvement in getting it to this point. So I'd say they're all happy with what's in there.
Could I just make a comment too? Trust Power Community Awards, several mayors from around New Zealand were here a weekend ago, and they had been there when they saw the beginning of this project, and I got amazing affirmation back about even what is there now, let alone wait till it's finished. So that's great feedback. They've watched it over time develop with interest, because many of them are doing inner city revitalisations now.
Councillor Hunt.
I guess one thing that has come through is some signage, partly that's for the markets, so that's one request we've had for both the Sunday market and the night market, and also the naming of it. Manawa, Heart of the City, came through the steering group, and it came through Ngāti Whakaui, and I'm just wondering when we're going to start actually using that. And I know that there was some questions about whether councillors got to name it, but none of us got to name Eat Street. None of us got to name any of the sports fields that come up. It isn't something, unless we gifted a name like the Sir Howard Morrison Performing Arts Centre, which was a particularly left of field opportunity, and certainly it is going to have the 8 beating hearts of Te Arawa. Manawa is a name that sits well, it's easy for most people to pronounce, and I'm just wondering when we put out the billboards for this, whether we're ready to actually launch that in the community. It certainly had enough time to be populated, it certainly got enough airspace and discussion. When it was put out a little early, and the feedback generally from those people on the street was actually they liked it. They liked it. And I think it would be great if we could start launch this phase 3, which I couldn't be more delighted it's going to happen after Easter and be done by July, because it does actually fit in with the retailers, and that we've got a fixed price here. People are really excited about what's happening in this space. They've seen the space being used for the Sunday markets. That's changed their opinion on it. They've seen the sculptures in there and the activities and affinity at the moment, and that's changed their opinions. And the lighting of the Po, people are flocking there. And so this is seems the perfect opportunity for me. So I'd certainly just wondered if that was an opportunity that we would consider. When we do put the promotion out, we're going to have to name it something. So maybe let's just put it out as Manawa and celebrate the stage we're at in the heart of the city. I'd like to move that.
Yeah, I haven't received it yet, but Mr. Kent, you've got a point of order?
The point of order is that decision wouldn't be delegated to this committee. It would be a policy matter.
Yeah, he's quite right. We'll wait for a report to come back. But we love your sentiment.
Point of order, Mr.
Yes,
Chair. Couldn't
yes,
we
Your Worship.
signal our support in principle, and then the policy could be developed? I think it's ridiculous to wait another month. The timing window is perfect.
So the wording-
Actually, we're calling it that. I must apologise. I was raving to the mayors about
You should be
Manawa.
drawn and quartered. You have no right to do that. So, Councillor Hunter, you quite happy to move that in principle? This committee supports the use of the name or the allocation of the name of Manawa to the CBD centre city focus area.
It's really just, it's the name, like many of these places, they just start becoming known as that.
Yeah.
It's not a really
like
a
Eat
formal, it's like Eat Street. It's like when City Focus got its name, nobody voted on it. It just got started being called it. So I think that if our community would like to embrace Manawa, then that's what it will become. And people...
It's supported in principle, that's my point.
But it would be lovely to have the
it's been
support from my
moved.
colleagues, yes.
Thank you, Councillor. It's been moved and seconded, Councillor Maxwell, that in principle this committee supports the use of Manawa. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against, carried. Mr. Waru.
Kia ora, Mr. Chair. I'm going to play a bit of a devil's advocate here.
Oh, okay.
So, as far as I can see, the decision relates only to confirming approval of a contract, correct? There's a lot of information relating to design and consultation in this report, so is there an expectation that this committee will revisit that?
Through Mr. Chair, no. I suppose Council took a decision back in 2015 to proceed with the redevelopment of the city focus location, which led to the decision to demolish the current building and go to detailed design and to tender for the works. So the first phase was undertaken. The issue became that we weren't able to get a contract price or a tender price in that aligned with what our estimates had been and their budget that had been allocated to it. So at that point we didn't proceed. We tried again, and then we also picked up on doing some minor works around the pillars that no doubt everyone has seen. So this is a continuation of that existing decision, and with us going to tender to complete the work as proposed.
Yeah, thank you, JP. I guess I was just, like you said at the start, a bit confused because there was a lot of quite a big report there, very detailed report, so I thought maybe going back. However, my next question is, what are the consequences of deferring, not cancelling, deferring the stage 3 to enable savings to address current budget issues? So we've just heard our CFO make comments about having to squeeze the organisation out to make some savings in terms of the museum there. So, would savings be able to address the revenue shortfall or other costs relating to the museum, perhaps?
JP.
I think what we're doing, and we work with Thomas and Thomas's team very closely with forecasting the capital expenditure through the year. So having proceeded through to this negotiation phase and identifying a price with Fletcher's, that had been built into the forecasts that we'd been working through with Mr. Collet for this year, for this financial year. So they are anticipated and they are within the areas that Thomas has identified. Now, I think one of the comments, and he might want to clarify the operating versus the capital expenditure budget space, but again, this is the direction of an existing budget line, which was that inner city revitalisation funding. As I think the second part of your discussion, which was around the museum, again, is that's an operational shortfall at the moment, and we don't actually know what the capital expenditure implications are, which will likely be into the next financial year. So he might want to just elaborate further on that as well.
No, he doesn't actually.
No, kia ora, Mr. Chair. So the only reason I ask is because, after
Yes.
just getting that corridor there, and also knowing that this is a capital project, we're in the midst of selling some assets here to fund only capital projects. I would have thought that was a viable option. So, kia ora.
Yeah. Good question. It certainly gives us another option to our sleeve. I mean, at the end of the day, we can stop anything we like around this table. But at the end of the day, we had given a commitment. We've got a long-standing commitment to get this project finished. Now, Thomas has told us how we're going to fund it. You also heard, and it was news to me today, with regard, we have to know what the shortfall is in terms of the museum loss of revenue first to be able to claim that as part of that whole insurance issue with the museum. So I'm optimistically looking forward that the downstream costs of the museum incident are going to be far less than what we are currently budgeting for. But we've got to be conservative in our budgeting and make sure that we make provision for this. But the city focus, we had made a commitment through the LTP, and as you quite rightly observed, Mr. Wadi, this is a historic collection to show councillors and yourselves exactly what council has been through to arrive at the position it's at today. So I think we should move forward, and I'm sure I appreciate what you've raised, and it's another option that councillors can think about. But I'll be directed by the committee. Thank you,
Kia ora,
Mr.
Mr. Chair. I just want to make it clear that I wasn't saying to cancel it. It was to defer it.
No,
Kia ora.
that's right. Councillor Donaldson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you. On page 19, I think there's about 3 references to the refined concept. And so I'd just like some clarification. Are the images on pages 52 to 56 the refined concept? Because a lot of stuff attached with, the options that were consulted on. It'd be nice to see before we give it the tick, which I'm happy, I'm convinced we should. But I'd like to actually see what we're ticking off and the refined concept, please.
Yeah, Hilda's just bringing it up, so you can have a look at it. So you'll remember that what it does is it brings that traffic back through again, going north and south. So this is Tūtanakai Street, and this is Hinamara along here. But what it does, not like our other normal intersections of Pukewatua and Uruwera Street, it pushes these 2 streets over quite significantly. So it pushes it towards Salon St. Bruno's, which is here. And that enables us to have a lot more outdoor space over here by Starbucks. And it also gives a lot more space over here as well. Because our streets are so wide, when you come through the middle, you actually end up splitting a lot of that open space on either side. It also changes, now this is something to remember, is it changes this area significantly in terms of the shared space. So this is an intersection that we have never seen in Rotorua before. It's a shared space, so you pop up onto cobbles, and there's the curb and channel isn't like our typical curb and channel of a road. So when you do these type of intersections, it slows the traffic down considerably, and that's also something, the speed is something that we're going to consider in the next few months, so that actually it's the people that are given the priority across the space. And that allows us to put our market, our farmers market in there very easily on a Sunday, all types of events and entertainment in there as well. It's a high level of amenity, so it's a higher level of planting, but as you'd expect, right in the middle of our city as well.
Chair, can I just add one other thing too, because one of the things that's often highlighted is the introduction of traffic and people into the same space, and obviously that City Focus in its previous form had a number of left turns obviously around it, so it was a traffic island in effect that did require pedestrians to cross over 2 lanes of traffic in whatever direction they were moving. So again, there's not a substantial change in that arrangement. If anything, it's just simply displacing it and identifying it into particular 2 corridors as opposed to 2 separate lane corridors that you'd have to cross.
Thank you, Chairperson. My concern is about the urgent issue that I raised this morning, and that is with regards to parking really on the later side of Hinnemore Street towards the Fenton Street side. So now I see if this is raised, then it makes my issue a non-issue because it's really around the green corridor. Once this will be adopted, then to discuss what I have to discuss makes no point, because it clearly shows over there that the green corridor, which I was more interested in saying we use it as a shared spacing. But once this gets adopted, because it's before what I have to say, it'll really make my point of no value. So, I mean, if you understand what I'm trying to say.
Your concern about was the lack of parking in Hinnemore Street in relation to the green corridor. So how does that relate?
Well, with lots of other mitigating factors as well. Green corridor was one of those suggestions. Because, I mean, I don't know whether you want to hear what I have to say with regards to it now or later.
Well, I think from the chair, if it's relating directly to the design that's been approved and it's going to impact on what you're saying, providing that doesn't involve any confidential matter, I have no reason why you shouldn't discuss it now.
Oh, mine is not confidential.
Yeah. Point of order, Councillor
Yeah,
Donaldson.
just an order suggestion more. Perhaps Councillor Kumar's issue regarding parking could be addressed during the presentation if Alistair turns up, because the overall loss of parks across the inner city was all part of the Connect Rotorua discussion, so perhaps that could be addressed at that point as a suggestion.
What I'm having difficulty with, Councillor Donaldson, is that if Councillor Kumar has identified that the issue that he was wanting to raise regarding parking in Hinnemore Street, regardless of what that other outfit were talking about, there's going to be an impact in terms of what he wants to raise. And his specific issue was Hinnemore Street, and there is obviously... So, Raj, I'm happy from the chair to give you some licence in terms of saying what the impacts are, what you're trying to achieve, and whether staff can respond to see if we can make some accommodation. I mean, this is the 11th hour. If he doesn't do it now, and we give the go-ahead, the contract's already been negotiated, and that's going to go ahead anyway. But in terms of the on-street treatment, if Mr. Kumar's got a concern, I think he should have the opportunity to raise it now. So Raj, you're most welcome.
Thank you. I believe before I say something, the worship wants to say something, so I welcome her to say something before I do.
Yes, Your Worship.
I'd be concerned. I think the issues are generic about parking. I think they sit outside of what we're approving today, and I think we should approve this, but then raise your issues as Councillor Donaldson suggested.
Well, I thought Councillor Kumar wasn't happy with that particular situation initially, and I agree with you, Your Worship, that's how I would want to handle it. But Councillor Kumar said initially that it's a waste of time him raising his issues if this is approved. So that's the gleaning I got from it. Councillor Kumar?
Well, if I can just say something. What I'm trying to say is that for how it's presented, and for the time that's been invested by everyone into it. It looks really awesome, and it's probably the future of Rotorua. Where the money is going to come up, how we're going to indulge in making that happen, it's another issue altogether. Like I said, it looks really good towards future-proofing Rotorua into a very international stage. However, my concern was that this will always be a shrine to a lot of people. So while we can talk about the glass being half full, there will always be a lot of people that will see it as half empty. Not many people will see that glass as a little bit full, throw a couple of ice cubes, put some whiskey in it and enjoy it. So there's different perspective as to how we want to see life. What I'm trying to just raise over here is that this is good. If we go ahead with it, so be it. But the real concern that I was trying to say is that if we sit over here and we approve this, and which is, I believe, 98% already there, all right? This is brought to us just to rubber stamp. Then it just makes no point for me to say that, are we hearing the outcry of the retailers regarding the lack of parking? The night market affects them. The night market affects them as well as the Sunday markets due to temporary road closures on these days. The cycleway was part of the funding, and wonder if it now moved to the footpath as shared space use. Also, the huge influx of permanent businesses now in the street rather than pop-up. So these are little concerns. For them, they are big concerns, and they do talk to us. It does not fall under my portfolio, but I do make it a business that because I was voted at Rotorua at large to go and see other businesses in Rotorua, other people in Rotorua as to how they're going. And so these were some real concerns that I've brought forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try my best. I suppose what had gone into the discussions around this area, and it had been led by the retailers, was about the difficulty of creating the circulation and the parking circulation because of the previous arrangements where you couldn't go through, so it was all the left turns. So that created a circulation problem. So that was probably the fundamental decision about trying to open up the north-south, east-west traffic flow. The next part of that was, obviously there's been a decision around the green corridor, but that took away a row of car parking, and Stavros might be able to comment here, but we have had a degree of abnormal parking in our city, which is normal parking is 2 rows of parking. We have enjoyed in a number of areas 3 rows of parking, which again sort of slows down traffic circulation. So the decision obviously was made to retain 2 rows of car parking through that lower part of the eastern side. But when the discussion occurred, and councillors, you'll recall that it was raised, let's go and talk to the retailers to the west and find out whether they were also keen to see that centre parking removed. Their comments were, no, please don't. So we like the 3 rows of car parking there, but obviously it does slow down traffic significantly, which also supports what is now being proposed for this central location. So it's quite useful. I think it'll be enhanced by the fact that we actually have got the traffic circulation east-west and north-south now as well. However, what they did identify is some of those difficulties in the Quest's lay-by, and obviously the issue around turning traffic. So if you recall, we ended up making some modifications to that western end to enable Quest to have a drop-off area, but also we changed a couple of the turning areas, which actually put about another 8 car parking spaces back into that western side. So that was done in last year as well. So there has been some modifications to improve the circulation there. The cycleway situation then becomes into a shared space through the intersection, councillors, but at this stage there was no proposal to adjust it, and you can see that the point here is to try and get that deflection through the intersection to the left. So councillors, I think the benefit that we're now seeing is the increased circulation as opposed to increasing any numbers of car parking spaces beyond a normal 2 rows.
Councillor Kumar? Okay. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got two questions. The original budget for this was 1.048 million, plus or minus 15% maximum. I would like an explanation as to why we've got a budget blowout of 318,000, which is 30%. That's my first question. And secondly, what changes have been made to this design to accommodate the serious safety issues that were raised in the safety audit on this design?
Councillors, if you look on page 24 of your agenda, again, when this project was taken through from a concept and initial budget estimates were identified, those estimates came in at that stage with a estimated range of 1 million to 1.2 million, which recognised about a 15% variation. So councillors, we've taken that as our guide, but as you've heard and as you're aware, as you see many projects come through, the difference between concept pricing and final detailed design pricing and subsequent tendering often varies. Now, councillors, as far as the individual amounts, we've spent $231,000 to date. The initial estimates that we had for the removal of the old City Focus building was about 50,000, and actually that's where we incurred the significant overrun in our costs. It actually cost us about $150,000 to remove the existing infrastructure. So that included the removal of the sails, the building and the pillars. So that came in significantly more than expected at the time, and those costs were incurred in the last financial year. So councillors, that's the main difference between what we had as an estimate of 1 to 1.2, turning it into a total project cost of about 1.33. As far as traffic is concerned, I might have to defer to Stavros. So he has obviously received that safety report and looked at those recommendations and also made a judgment as to what that means about shared space. And he might want to make some further comments, reluctantly.
Good morning through you, Mr. Chair. The safety audit report, which it's a natural and regular event post the design of a new construction site, identified a number of issues. As a matter of fact, most of them were of a classification called minor safety. None of them were actually major safety concerns. The most important part of that was the definition of uses of the green corridor, how they cross the road in zigzagging, and they suggested that it'd be better if we streamline the crossings to go instead, from the west of Tutanekai to the east and across south into Hinemoa. They suggested to go straight from west side straight onto the south side of Hinemoa and then cross on the other side, and those aspects will be implemented as per the safety report.
Thank you. The safety report also raised the issue of the tightness of turning circles and this being dangerous to pedestrians. Has that been addressed in the final design, please?
The defined carriageway for the shared space has been designed with a configuration that accommodates, normal turning vehicles or turning cycles of vehicles. So there is allowance made in the shared space design to allow for vehicles. I think the maximum width is about 13 meters of length to turn as per normal turning circles.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, I'm happy with Portia's explanation because I think, and it was alluded to by Councillor Kumar, it explains the what's often been raised as a missing link in the green corridor. So it's a shared space through there for cycles, and I would just like to indicate that I'm happy to move part 2 of the recommendation. This is all about, and can I speak to that? Can I speak to that, Mr. Chair? Yep. So going back, I think this was all about bringing vibrancy into the inner city. I hear also, as Councillor Kumar does, of the, I guess, that issue that some retailers raise about parking immediately in front of their properties, but also I guess I look at the trend in retail spend in the inner city, and that's been going upwards, and that's all due, in my view, to the increased vibrancy that that has gone through this whole, that has resulted from this whole inner city revitalisation. What I hear more than anything is frustration that we're not getting on and doing this quick enough. And look, it was fantastic when Crankworks brought Deep Summer down there on Thursday night, and a large crowd gathered at the end of the night market and enjoyed this space. So happy to move part 2, and I fully support it.
Just before we, Councillor Gould will be the last speaker. JP, so we've got 20,000 visitors going to embark on Rotorua in June with the Lions Tour. Where will we be at with this? Will it be completed by then or not? Because that is going to cause huge disruption within the city. I had a business in the CBD when the last Lions Tour was here. The camper vans absolutely jam-packed the central city. So I just, from a connectivity point of view, I need to know, will this be well on track or finished by that time?
Mr. Chair, we've set down that this is planned to be completed by end of July. So at this stage there will still be works potentially underway when the Lions are here. We have got an internal planning group that is looking at how we obviously manage this, and obviously reflections back on the previous tour have been important, and there's a lot of information coming through nationally about the number of camper vans being hired, accommodation and things like that. So we've obviously got some planning underway, and so this does form part of it. So one of the things that we'll be looking to ensure on this site, if there's still work being undertaken, is that it's minimised. And so yeah, it'll be towards the end, and we would have made sure that in talking with Fletcher's that we've phased it to make sure that the areas that may still be being worked on are done in a way to minimise the disruption to the CBD, and that's obviously a process that we need to go through in conjunction with the Inner City Steering Group, who are obviously very keen to make sure that during this project there isn't disruption to them, even though it is over the winter. So there is a lot of planning going into phasing this to make sure it works well.
To finally comment, thank you for that reply, I appreciate that. There will be some liaison with the events people who are organising the Lions process during that whole week that they're here. Okay, thank you. Councillor Gould, finally, then I'll put the motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Question for you on stages 1 and 2. You had a total cost spend of $231,000. Does that cover the electrical work, 1, in making the city focus safe when the building was taken away, 2, putting in the power for the Sunday market, and 3, putting in the lighting for the pillars, which are the 4 pillars around the area, which actually makes it quite nice at night time, at least it's safe?
Yes, so that 231,000 includes all the demolition and the tidying up of all the electrical work. The timber that you see on the pillars now, and you'll remember we received sponsorship from Donnelly's and Abodo for the timber on those pillars, so we got a significant reduction in cost on the timber on there, and also all of the lighting as well. And that's linking in really nicely with Affinity at the moment down there with the colours going. The colours on the pillars have been programmed to reflect different months depending on what we've got. So we've got pink, for the pink walk it will automatically turn pink. We've got for blue September it'll turn into blue, so, and we can change it whatever colour we need. So it's some pretty neat technology in there as well.
Thank you, Portia. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. That is that the committee recommends to council that the contract negotiation with Fletcher Construction for the construction of the final stage of the City Focus in the sum of $1.135 million be approved. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Thank you. Right, our next item is on page 57, our operational report. our NZTA man not here yet, Stavros? No. Oh, he might be. He'll be here soon. Okay, awesome. Okay, we go to page 57, the operational report. That will be Thomas. That's right, eh? Would someone like to move that the report of the operational report for February to March 2017 be received? Councillor Gould, second Mayor Chadwick. Right. We'll now go through the report, led by John Paul. Where are you, JP? You'll go first, Thomas. Thomas is going to do the finance and capability first. You can just warm the seat getting ready. And then Monty, and then JP with strategy and partnerships. Thank you, Thomas.
So I'll take it as read. I'll just highlight a couple of areas. The eyesight itself. So there's been a small delay with regard to the eyesight, with the steelwork for the clock tower having to be modified slightly, as well as asbestos being found in the lining that needs to be removed. So there's been a little bit of an additional cost and time there. As well as there's been some comments regarding the cafe and the eyesight. So just to be clear, as well as the eyesight or ourselves are not going to operate a cafe, there is a space to rent to a local business to run a cafe in. You'll also recall currently in its current form there is already a space there for a cafe, but it's straight out of the 80s, so it is going to be modifying and lifting that. That's it.
Monty? Kaitiaki Māori? Thank you, Thomas. Just hang around, there might be some questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
Councillors,
welcome,
kia ora
Monty.
tātou. I'll take my report as read. I see our manuhiri is here, so any questions?
Tapsell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Monty, just on the Te Amorangi program, I was just curious if staff in our CCOs get that opportunity, and also for the Te Reo classes, because we've been hearing amazing feedback on these programs from people of all cultures that get to have a sense of what this place is and share their values.
Yes, thank you for the inquiry through you, Chair. We have classes on Mondays and Tuesdays, 3:30 to 5. And Ana Hini takes those classes. They began last year, and there's been an uptake from our own staff. Councillor Gould, I think, had requested an opportunity to be a member of one of those classes. I suppose the point of difference is that we've been able to extend those classes. If I take you back, the classes were established to allow our own staff to be able to better perform the tasks that they were in, and this is something that they requested. So the extension of that, and it's great to hear that there's been some positive feedback for that. But yes, we intend to continue. The next set of classes is going to, we're going to invite those who have done the course and might like another opportunity to extend their ability into the orbit further.
Thank you. Councillor Bentley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for the report there, Monty. It's always good to see. I see that you're having, or part of protocol meetings with various interested groups. Are there any written records of these or any minutes kept that we can refer to?
Thank you. The short answer is yes, and as reported by Her Worship last time, that the meetings are open to the public and that the minutes are available.
Mr. Basani Tuli.
Mr. Chair, good Monty. Just no updates on the patu from where we sit, but the idea of perhaps having an appeal video to bring some of the people that are maybe Modi, maybe Lewis who carved the taonga, maybe even a councillor or two, just so we can perhaps develop a 90-second video that can be shared about the importance of the patu, and please get it back to us if you can, because all of our recent attempts through the media, through Facebook, haven't worked. So there's been talk from some whānau within Te Aroha that perhaps we could develop a small video just to get it out there. So, any thoughts on that?
Yes, I think all those suggestions are worth following up, and certainly we would be interested in doing that. Just to a bit further to that, as far as the police are concerned, the file is still open, and it's still an ongoing case. And I could also add that the Te Aroha leaders who met to discuss how they could help, they've also got some strategies which they're doing as well. And so, you know, we're doing our best to progress it, but still nothing to date.
Monty, just in the investigations, just so I can have peace of mind, the airports were all noticed and notified in Customs New Zealand?
The short answer is yes, it went out through all the expected agencies. And it's interesting that the feedback that they've been able to give us that it probably, firstly it still hasn't come to their attention, and because the nature of what it is, most of the reputable traders and antique dealers know what a whalebone taonga looks like, and they do not deal with them because they know the significance of them. So yes, we think it's still here locally, but who knows?
Thank you, Monty. Mr. Wadu?
Yeah, kia ora, Mr. Chair. Tēnā koe te pāpā, kia koe hoki JP. It's good kai kona koe nohana because my question is there's all these awesome things happening here and it's he rawe tonu. But just wondering, is there a suite of bicultural policies that these sit under?
I think you've touched on something that's part of the Te Amarangi Action Plan, was just to go through and actually review our policies. And so we do need to make sure that we've got a perspective and updating of those, of our core council policies underway. So I think the key there is to say that there's the commitment around the partnership, but actually how we translate that into physically seeing that within the policy framework is still being worked on, and that's one of the actions that we've got within the Te Amarangi Action Plan.
So just to be clear, there's not a suite of bicultural policies, but you're working on them. Kia ora, tēnā korua.
Mr. Wadu. Thank you, Monty. Any other comments?
Yes, just to add further to that, part of our work that we initiated last year to have a look at the suite of policies, as the word being used, that we went, and Anita and the team went across and had a look about the bicultural elements within those, and we've come up with an actual bicultural policy, with a policy that's actually best fit for right across the organisation. So whereas you might think and normally would expect a policy for in each particular area, we've chosen to simplify the process and to allow better access and better understanding to actually have one, and that's now being out and being looked at now.
Your Worship?
Yes, thank you, Monty, and also I'm sure councillors would be interested. We had an Association of Public Library Managers who are here meeting yesterday, and I've never seen anything like it. Their Waiata group, the Library Waiata group, welcomed people from around the country, and other librarian managers, Jane, were pretty blown away, weren't they, by the depth of involvement there, which I think is fantastic. And the other issue is I have responded to an invitation to and have presented at a workshop that Western Bay Council is looking at how they develop a partnership model. And Arapeta Tahana spoke and I spoke, and it's great to see other councils in our region asking how do you go about it, how do you start, and we were very careful to say what works for us may not work for you. But so there is wider pickup happening in the region now.
Chairman, Kura Monty, question to you on the patu. Would it be better for the council to offer a reward to try and get it back? And the other question is that the two paintings which were stolen at Parnell in Auckland on the weekend, would the council be better looking at added security for Mary Tonga, which is in its possession?
two significant questions, and I don't know whether I'm the right person to answer them. What I can tell you is that that as far as the security actions that have taken place within this building, they have been dealt with by our own property team. And I can also assure you that as far as Te Aroha is concerned, this is very much a live investigation as far as Te Aroha is concerned. They feel it very, very dear to their hearts, and the Te Aroha Leaders Group are actually actively talking to others about seeking its relocation.
In terms of the question, I don't think Monty is the right person to ask the question. In terms of the security of our collection, that is second to none. And if you go to the off-site storage and already, I think JP mentioned, or someone mentioned this morning, the added security with Pukaki having to stay in a controlled atmospheric situation at the bathhouse and the power not being turned off, etc. Those issues have been covered. Okay, Mr. Tule.
Could I just respond quickly to a question from Councillor Gould around the reward? I made a $500 reward just out of response to what was happening, and I got a mixed feedback on that. Some people said they saw the positive, but others said it encourages maybe people to come and steal things from the council to ransom it back. So there's a possibility that even if we offer a reward, that it starts some other kind of consequence that we hadn't anticipated. And the advice I got was, don't do that again. But the sentiment was good, but the execution was poor. We should have developed something a bit more formal. And that's why the idea of perhaps a video is more constructive and productive than throwing money around to the public.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Monty. Very good. The next one is JP, Strategy and Partnerships.
Mr. Chair, just in the interest of, I'll go straight to questions and probably make the only point there is that we've got Amy McGregor coming in the confidential section just to give you an update of where we're up to in the PC10 hearings. So that's just a bit of confidential feedback at that point. So I'm happy to answer any questions or to step down through Mr. Chair so that we can receive the NZTA presentation.
We'll just get through yours and then we'll introduce our guest and yes, Your Worship.
Just the question on the spatial plan, which is being well received in wider forums. Did we have regional council working with us on the development of the spatial plan? Because that was our aspiration.
To mention, they've been kept informed about where we're up to, and if you recall, it was a couple of years ago there was a decision not to do a singular region-wide one, but to allow the sub-regions or us to undertake our own spatial planning. So we're continuing on that basis, but they are certainly aware, and there's been discussions with the regional council as we've put this discussion document together.
And the only other question is, and I know we're getting the update on how the PC10 hearings are going, but of real concern to me, because I led that regional initiative about the informatics hub, where is the information going wrong about our growth predictions? We're very clear on where our growth is, but I'm seeing evidence in wider submissions, one that came in on Vision 2030, panning our growth predictions. Where is this going wrong?
Through Madam Chair, and Councillor Sturt previously asked me specifically about the NIDIA reports and our projections, and I have highlighted that Stats New Zealand have updated theirs, and so now they are more closely aligned, or I think even above our Burl growth assumptions. So I think what we're seeing now is that those people who choose to use a methodology which looks back and then forward project are now refreshing their numbers and correcting them to actually pick up on the positive growth we've had over the last 3 years. So we're starting to see, however, Your Worship, I think what you're highlighting is that a number of people are picking up and continuing to pick up old reports from 2-3 years ago, and using them like they are the current state of growth within our district. So that was the NIDIA stuff. We need to make sure that obviously all of these reports have finite dates, and we need to either move to new Stats NZ projections, which for some have been overlooked, or to be clear that they are now tracking close to, if not above, our Burl projections, which are the ones we used in our LTP.
And that was corrected at Invest Bay of Plenty on that record. I chaired that, and so the old NIDIA stats were something that we challenged and had corrected on the regional record. So we must keep putting out the new growth predictions. Thank you.
You have a question?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. JP, just on Digital and Tech Week, which will be around before the next O&M. I've received a number of queries, because we are a city partner for Tech Week, on how people get involved and subscribe and sign up. Just through you, can you clarify, we are not the organisers of Tech Week? People need to head over to the techweek.co.nz website. It's highly interactive. Sign up and subscribe to their emailing list. Is that correct?
I think you need me to say yes. That's correct, Councillor. So that is the approach. So we're obviously a partner, and that we're contributing into it as well. But you're right. It's not directly through us. So any that do make their way into us, we'll be directing them through that website.
Thank you, JP. So we've covered up to page 59. We'll just adjourn the agenda at this stage and give a very warm welcome to Alistair Gray, NZTA as a consultant. He'll be at the top table, of course, with our wonderful infrastructure manager and Stavros. If you'd like to introduce the other people, Stavros, and we'll just a little bit of background as to why Alistair's here and what he wants to glean from our interaction with him today, please. Thank you, Stavros.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I'll introduce Alistair Gray, who is a senior consultant working for NZTA for the Connect Rotorua project. Mr. Chair, you said earlier NZTA would be here represented by consultants, but Mark Hemsley is a senior planner for NZTA, and Cole O'Keefe also been a senior planner for NZTA. So we do have NZTA representation here, and the planner, Alistair. Just very quickly from my perspective, just to remind all of us as to how we got to where we are today, and and just to refresh our memories a bit. As you recall, last year the REA designation was lifted because a joint committee or joint a working party between NZTA, ourselves, and various stakeholders in the community identified that the Eastern Corridor is capable to be developed to be our main eastern transport corridor into the city, and also who has some significant historical legacy problems with the REA designations in the past. So since then, a number of activities have taken place which try to identify what are the current issues with the corridor and what are the future projected demand on that corridor, in order to embark into a series of actions and interventions that will ensure that the Eastern Corridor meets its definition as a main corridor into the city. And again, I want to emphasize the fact that I'll talk the word series, because this is going to be and is a gradual improvement onto that corridor. We are following a number of considerations. We are at a stage where a number of preferred short-term options have been identified, and concurrently the long-term options for improvement of that corridor have also been identified. That's the Eastern Corridor. In the Central Corridor, which is State Highway 30A, which will be relocated back to Council under our stewardship in the near future, the number of works that are required to be made in order to connect our north part of our CBD with the Rotorua Central, and obviously to return that road corridor to a state that's fit for an inner city main connection route. And to follow on to your own comments, Councillor Sturt, there are currently a number of safety reviews taking place on the western corridor from Ferry Springs to the Nogotaha roundabout, from Nogotaha towards Hamilton and through the Nogotaha village. These are investigations and explorations that are currently in progress, and those reports will produce some outcomes to be implemented over the next 1 or 2 years as the reports are identified. To that effect, I will leave it here and I'll let Alistair take us through the presentation, and we'll be happy to respond to questions. Thank you.
Alistair, on behalf of the Council, we'd like to welcome you here today, and we look forward to your presentation. We've allocated an hour for you in terms of your presentation and then answering any questions. So I hope you can fill that hour. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you very much. When I sent the first draft of the presentation through, there was an expression of horror that it was far too long, so it's now revised to the extent that Stavros has covered just about all of it, so it's going to almost be an hour of discussion.
Thank you.
So the main purpose of today is a heads up. There's an open day next week to provide information to the community. It's quite an important step for the projects, because while they're sensitive corridors, the REA designation and the sensitivity around that and the options relating to that meant that we haven't really been out to the community with a sort of a wide approach. It's been targeted stakeholders that have been participating so far. So this chance to get out to everybody and find out whether the assumptions that we've made on the community's behalf are valid or wrong, or what details we've missed for the local communities, I think will be quite important. Because the process has been going on so long, and because certainly in the Eastern Corridor it's so sensitive and so busy, I think the open days will be quite well attended, and I'm sure that we'll get some fairly solid messages back from the community. So today I'll go through the overview, just a reminder of where we got to, why the programme is the programme, then Central, then the Eastern Corridor. The Eastern Corridor is in a number of bits, so it's sort of in separate chunks, and then what we're doing next, and just the closing with the key messages, the reminder of what we are trying to achieve. One of the key messages is that it is a joint project. So my clients, Stavros and Mark, and then the community as a whole. It's a joint project. So trying to make sure that all of the objectives are aligned, because the corridor is a shared corridor. It's a busy local road and a strategic connection for Rotorua to the rest of the North Island and the port. I'll just switch that off. So I'll just flick through. This is the stuff basically Stavros has covered. We're working together. The programme is dealing with the existing problem, Sala to Isles, and that's got committed construction funding for the 15 to 18 land transport programme. If you think about having to finish something by the 18 part of that, and recognising that this is 17, we don't actually have very much time, and following on from the open day, we really need to yes. After winter, ideally, we should be in a position to be out to tender before Christmas, and the details of the project, while relatively simple, or straightforward construction ideas, need to be sorted out. And the fact that it is such a busy corridor, we can't dig up all of it at once. So it just upset everybody for a long time. We've got to think about that. The Isles to the airport, sort out the form and function for the future. That's described as the indicative business case. It's the how far, what form. We're not sure about the timing for that. The recent traffic growth that's been happening all over the country is suggesting that, as the as the Mayor was saying, the happy predictions by looking backwards aren't entirely a solid way to look towards the future. Departing, that's I think one of the strengths of choosing an existing corridor as the primary corridor. It means that we can build stuff to deal with immediate problems now, and then know where we're going to build it. The what and when is up for discussion, but the whether, which was the problem with the Eastern Arterial before, it's not that scale of black-white question. We can now do the progressive implementation of improvements. In the Eastern Corridor, the higher than projected traffic growth, as my assumption was based on a standard traffic growth approach. There's been higher than expected traffic. The morning peak seems to be staying around about the same. The evening peak is getting higher. That means that the lead time for a significant project, something that might need land outside the corridor, we need to start thinking about that now so that we can get the planning sorted out for that and have enough time not to have to get out to tender just before Christmas. And for the central one's the same time frame, and I think we will probably struggle with this because the inner city streetscape type stuff, the details of the detailed design have to be genuinely consulted properly and in a lot of detail with a very wide stakeholder group, because everybody should be visiting it. That's really how to get a state highway with a clearly state highway impression to be a road that complements the inner city and joins the inner city to itself. We've got to short lists of options rather than pretend that we don't have favourites waiting for public feedback. We've declared the emerging favourites. They're not fixed. There's still public feedback, but if we didn't have an opinion, we wouldn't be doing our job properly. Sala Street is increasing the capacity of the traffic signals. You can squeeze more traffic through an intersection by adding slip lanes and that sort of thing, so we're doing that sort of stuff. Tarawera Road, currently the roundabout, putting in traffic signals. Previously, I expected that to be a roundabout because traffic signals weren't going to be effective for another 5 or 10 years in terms of the comparison with the roundabout, but traffic signals are more likely to be effective, and where you've got unexpected turns and traffic patterns, traffic signals give council and NZTA the ability to manage which traffic has priority rather than just leaving it up to road rules, like the people coming along using Vaughan Road and sort of rat running and sneaking through. The rest of the corridor, 4-laning and traffic signals at the main intersections, so not quite replicating the Fairy Springs Road approach, but that sort of a feel. And in central Amel Street, so between Fenton and Ranulph, there's the focus of where you would see the greatest change. That will remain a busy road at peak periods, but then the outside lanes would be available for parking off-peak. So having essentially sharing the time function of the road, one for carrying traffic and then the other one reverting to being available for parking, and narrowing it a bit where we can to make it easier for pedestrians to get across the road, and also the shared path facilities along the rest of the corridor to facilitate access that way. The feedback, I can't remember the times. I think it's, there's a morning session in the Civic Centre, or a late morning, early afternoon session in the Civic Centre, and then Linmore School in the afternoon next week. So the Eastern, the programme, the projects are up there. That's the approved funding. We've got 13.5 million confirmed for the immediate problems in the east. The numbers in the respond to growth and long term, if demand exceeds projections, those aren't fixed numbers. That was estimates from conceptual solutions from a while ago. Those will be subject to the outputs from the indicative business case. The next phase after that is the detailed business case. So the indicative business case will make a recommendation, and I'm presuming that will be an application for funding for the next phase so that we can get more certainty and progress through and work out when that's going to be likely. And then the long term, if demand exceeds projections, the grade separation of the intersection, assuming Sala Street and Tarawera Road, and even I suppose the grade separation is an assumption. I don't know what the answer would be, but a large capacity solution of some sort. I'm not sure what else it would be unless we build a road through the Redwoods or something like that. That solution would be the investigation that we bring forward. For the central portion is basically it's Rotorua's road, or will be Rotorua's road, making sure that it matches the function for a local arterial is part of the revocation process. There will be a need for a multi-party funding agreement. The National Land Transport Fund funding is for the transport purposes. So any investment to make the pavers shiny or have nicer street furniture or that sort of thing would be a Rotorua Lakes contribution. And before we get into the implementation, there's a hold on the funding, so that there needs to be a multi-party funding agreement first. He does it quite well.
If there's any beautification along the revocated, it's a cost to us.
There will be standard landscaping amenity or whatever is appropriate for the transport function for the corridor. If Rotorua Lakes wants sculpture or gold-plated pavers or something like that that's not a normal transport function, then that would be a top-up.
Can I suggest moving forward from that? I think the basic principle is that the current state highway needs to be returned back to the city in a form of a city street. What's an appropriate form for that street? It's subject to discussions we need to have. And I think it's a big point just to discuss, the exact contribution. Multi-party contribution could mean 0.1% by council and 99.999 by NZTS.
Sorry, if I can.
Wait, this is all been recorded. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. If I can just reiterate Stavros's position, we haven't gone into the detail of the revocation plan right now, so I don't know. Stavros's call is basically right. It's a mainly state highway focused exercise, but we haven't gone into the detail. All we're at the moment is what does it look like now? What should it look like when we hand it over? The details of that is another conversation later.
Firm's just completing the Waipa portion of construction for the Cambridge Whitechurch roundabout, which is an NZTA funded project, which ended up with a bit of Waipa money and some relatively painful conversations. I just thought it was worth highlighting. So the Central and Eastern Corridor improvements, they clearly overlap a bit. Also, as part of the central improvements, there's the portion of traffic that is just trying to get through the city. How do we facilitate that? The Clearway solution means that there shouldn't be very much impact on the peak traffic at all. But I would hope that the feel for that Amohau Street section will make truck drivers feel slightly more guilty about using it, and might divert a few of the sort of the marginal decision makers, or have slightly more sensitive driving. So a slower environment and people going through. So we'll have to have a little look at the the surrounding intersections that might be affected by people that would peel off the route that they currently use. So in case there is dispersed traffic, the clearway should mean that in theory there isn't, but if it changes the environment, there might be.
Going to give to State Highway 30 that's going to say to all the truck drivers and that, no, that's not for us, we'll use State Highway 5 or State Highway 30. Oh, God, that's going to the port. What about the people coming from Hamilton? What treatment are you going to give to State Highway 30 that's going to say to a truck driver, I know we've got to come down here and go back up that way?
Yeah. So that's where the signage strategy comes in. It's a 6-minute longer trip if you go around the long way. There's very little that you can do to force that diversion without putting a bollard in the middle of the road. So it's really signage facilitating turns in the directions that you want it to be easy to turn on the longer route. So instead of 6 minutes, it's 5 minutes or something like that. But it's more likely to be making sure that the design of the pedestrian sensitive areas gives a better amenity where there are still trucks going through. So I wouldn't expect the traffic stream to be transformed as a result of it, but pedestrians should feel more comfortable.
Alistair, do you mind answering a few questions on the way through?
I've got an hour to fill.
Yes, you have. Councillor Donaldson.
Thank you, through you,
Don't
Mr.
stretch your
Chair.
questions out now.
I'm just looking at that diagram, and currently the Owhata Road roundabout sits between Brent and Wharanui. You've now got it north of Wharanui Road. Is there a proposal to move it out, or is
That will be corrected by next Wednesday. Thank you. Sorry. There are a number of draft in progress corrections on the draft posters, and I'm continually finding them.
Thank you for your presentation so far this morning. Just a few questions. One, when you mentioned 4-laning, have you forgotten about the cyclists and the people walking on the footpaths, or is that going to be taken into account?
They were expecting a shared path.
And when you talk about growth dependent for the 4-laning between Isles and Basley Road and Basley to Owhata and Owhata Road to the intersection, the growth dependent is $15 million. We have a huge number of traffic problems every day going into town, and the traffic quite often builds up past the Owhata roundabout, which is something going to be taken into account for a little bit further on as well, because the people of Rotorua are frustrated by going into town early in the morning and having to wait a long time getting through, and also coming home of an evening. The plans, we've had plans for the Tenai Road upgrade about 6 years ago, so they are somewhere on your system. Whether you go through the same plans as, I don't know whether you'll do the same plans or whether you come out with new plans. And to the Rotorua roundabout, is actually quite dangerous at the present time, mainly with the bumps, and we've probably got a huge tourist attraction because of it.
I'm not sure what the new tourist attraction of potholes is, unless they become geothermally deep. My understanding is that the pothole and condition question has been being fixed, and it's that I think that it was the hope that it would survive until we start build something in, the 6 to 12 months. But it clearly hasn't, and I think that's being addressed by NZTA's network operations people just now. The existing designs, it's Opus, it's the same consultant that were on the Eastern Arterial, so the Tenai Road concepts that had previously been looked at for as part of the REA discussion, those are still there, but it's a different answer now that without the rotary Eastern Arterial as an option, it's this corridor and this is it for the corridor. It's a slightly different question, not a significantly different one, but they're not lost or thrown away.
Just to comment, perhaps when we move to the next slide, Councillor Gould, you'll see that there's a significant difference between what it used to be our I suppose the traffic demand projection versus what actually has been happening in the last few years, and that will guide the response to that section of the Rotom Tarawera Road to Ofata, okay, to address this issue. So Alistair will go through these traffic indicators we've got in front of us.
I'll let for it because I don't want him to leave here feel as though he hasn't presented all the information. So I think what we'll do, Alistair, you just go for break and we'll hold any questions until the end.
Well, I'll flick back to the central one. The central one, I think it's the one that where the final form is one of detail, but the fundamental of having a clearway means that the peak period capacity is still there. If it was going to be restricted to one lane in each direction during peak periods, then there would have been an awful lot of traffic spilling out elsewhere, and that would have meant adverse traffic effects and quite a much wider question to sort out. The clearway solution, if that ends up being supported by the community, means that essentially the road serves the same function most of the time. There shouldn't be terribly much difference in the traffic surrounding the road, and it's a streetscape project.
Perfectly, thank you, Alistair. Is the potential to slow the traffic and make it less truck attractive to raise some of that pavement in the middle and to possibly barn dance at the end of Rotorua Central onto Tanakai Street? Are those some of the potentials being considered?
Yes. So we can't speed hump that for that much traffic, but gentle raised platforms to give the impression that so that not quite shared space, it's still going to be traffic dominated for the volume. But if you lift traffic a bit and have a different form of paving compared to the asphalt on the approaches, it becomes a completely different environment as far as the drivers are concerned. And then the pedestrian crossings and barn stands and that sort of thing, that's a way to make the alternative route much more competitive. So if a vehicle has to stop for 35 seconds 4 times along the corridor, then all of a sudden that's 2.5 minutes of your 5-minute diversion. So the diversion isn't quite as painful as it used to be, that sort of thing. Yeah. This is where the having decided a clearway, then the detail comes into it. So which bits are you trying to join together? How many pedestrian crossings? For that you can, if we get rid of the median, for example, you can pull the sides of the road much closer together, so there isn't a stuck in the middle sensation. You just have a longer pause for traffic as people get all the way across the road. Or have wider bits in the middle and divert the traffic around, so there's a happier space to wait in the middle. Usually you would have the time separated crossings if you're trying to get as much traffic through as you can, and that's not what we're after now. The people that should be using Amahau Street are people that want to just get to the other side of the town centre, so it's town centre traffic.
Sorry, how long into the future are you going to rely on the growth dependent? Because we understood we had excessive growth now. Growth out there was projected, I think, when we were looking at airport development, about 7%, it's now 18%. So how much more growth do you require for it to be growth dependent for us to have that money spent?
Well, there's the rather than growth, maybe a performance dependent. There will be, sort of a stage at which it makes economic sense to invest that money because of the traffic patterns. The commitment to that when Oh, sorry, can I wait for the graphs before I talk to that?
Thinking of the answer. How many more 6-ton trucks do we need to go through there for you to see that it's economically, that the business case is economic enough for that to happen? Because the linkage we understood when Rotorua gave up its rights to certain projects because we thought the best thing was to get the best transport locations through to the port, we understood that the Eastern Corridor, whether it was Eastern Arterial Route or the Eastern Corridor, it doesn't matter, that's been changed now. There would be considerable upgrades to take the big trucks that are now heading that way.
Yep.
So, my question about growth dependent is now surface dependent. So if we had a failure like we've got at Tarawera roundabout, it'll be done next year?
Or the pavement condition triggers, so once it gets past, right, it's clearly gone past at Tarawera roundabout, those can be addressed essentially immediately. So it's keep it safe. The level of investment in that for the State Highway 30, that because of the questions for the Victoria Street and that sort of the doubt there hasn't been an awful lot in my view, an awful lot of investment in the asset to maintain its condition at, as high as possible. The asset has been sweated in case there is a change. Yeah. And for the growth, I don't think that's dependent on the growth. That's dependent on the decision. And without the Victoria Street arterial, and with the revocation planned, part of the revocation process is making sure that the asset is fit for its future purpose, whether it's wider, narrower, or pavement thickness. And Rotorua Lakes and NZTA have to work together with a forward works programme, which usually, instead of saying we want it all upgraded now, becomes a funding liability for Rotorua, for NZTA into the future. So the stuff that needs to be done now is done now, and the stuff that is an impending liability that shouldn't sit with Rotorua Lakes is sorted out, and the financial arrangements are agreed for that.
Can I suppose, give some clarity on that, or an NZTA kind of style answer? So the reality is, across the whole of New Zealand, not just Rotorua, but all the other corridors we're looking at, state highways or otherwise, it's fair to say growth has taken us by surprise. That's what's happened. We don't shy away from that. And the ongoing challenge for us is to keep up with it. The program we've got is based on what we had last year. What we're doing now is picking the options we've got, and at the same time making sure they're still fit for purpose, given that growth has changed. So part of Alice's job is to go away and relook at our program and say, well, is that still the right program? Do we need to go quicker? And if we do need to go quicker, how much more quickly and by when? And what's the cost? So that's absolutely correct. We wouldn't be doing our job if we didn't keep collecting the traffic data and counting the growth and all that. That's absolutely right. This is, in a sense, we've got to this point kind of unfortunately at the same time as we realise that everything's changed. So we're kind of at the point where we said we do have some options. We're ready to go to the public. We'll get ready to get some feedback. But we do have this. After this exercise, there is a window of opportunity for us between now and making a preferred decision and say, yep, we're going to get on and build this, is to just check in on that to see if it's the right thing to do. And you'll see from the material that there is this, at some of at the Sala Street intersection, there's this tension, I guess, between a short-term fix now, what we can do with the land, within the land, and a bigger picture long-term option. And that's, the next month or so is making that call between, is it still the right thing to do that short-term fix, or is it more economic to go to the longer-term option? That's very much on our minds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just in terms of short-term fixes and to address Councillor Gould's, one of Councillor Gould's concerns, they're fixing the potholes on T9 this morning. However, coming back to this point here of having potentially a clearway between Fenton and Runoff, I can foresee you perhaps running into strife there because of the coach parking, which is required for the restaurants all along that area. And you're going to have to look very carefully at the timing of when the Asian restaurants actually have their peak people, because Asians generally tend to eat rather earlier than other people. So you may have some issues there, I think.
In general, when you're swapping around parking restrictions, we have issues. Just full stop. There isn't enough space in road corridors to keep everybody happy all of the time, and that's why getting out to the public is such an important step, because until we get out, we can't get the specific answers or be open about what we're doing. So yeah, the coach parking, the timing, the restaurants. And making sure that whatever answer we do is able to cope with what might change. You know, that one of the intents is to revitalise the inner city. So it may not be that there are restaurants. If we're successful, then it might be high value, extra pedestrian friendly retail shops, and the restaurants shift around the corner. You know, so we need to protect our options for evolution of the inner city as well.
And if I could just reinforce Alice's point, that the purpose of the exercise is not to present the community with a fait accompli. This is not the finished. There is a preference there, but one of the key things we get out of these exercises is the people who actually live here and actually know how it works, testing whether that is the right option, and if in the round it is, how do we change it, how do we tweak it, how do we make it happen in more detail? Because that's the beauty of the exercise we're trying to do here. We from a technical engineering desktop exercise approach, we think that's broadly speaking the right thing to do. The question is to test with the public, the people who actually live there and will use it and do use it. Does it look like the right thing to do? And if it does one or two things need to change, like operating hours or access to particular shops or what have you? We pick all that up, take it back, put it into the mix, put into the design exercises. Okay, let's reshape that a little bit. So this is all valuable feedback for the process.
Kia ora. Thank you for your presentation. I've been on the council for the last 5 years, and one of the first issues that confronted me was the Eastern Arterial. And what surprised me, I think, when discussing with NZTA was, over time, the lack of stakeholder contact. And it came out during some of the public sessions where residents of Tengai Road had no idea what was about to happen. And then I realised that the businesses hadn't been consulted either, so there was a lot of backlash in the business community. But the bigger issue for us as Te Aroa representatives was that none of the three hapu on the Eastern Arterial had been consulted since the 50s, 60s. A line had been drawn across the map, and that was basically how it was going to go. So I like that you say that this is not a fait accompli. But I want to go back to the stakeholder discussions you're having here at the Howard Morrison Centre, I think, and at Linmore Primary. What are you doing to engage with the three local hapu?
The hapu were part of the earlier stakeholder groups in developing the programme. There hasn't been much formal engagement with them, but Chris Farnsworth, the project manager, he's down here for the Hemo Road roundabout and that sort of thing. So he's in informal discussions, and over the past 4 or 5 months, it's basically been Opus locked in an office, doing sums and doing drawings. So there hasn't been anything to report. The open days are open to everybody, and then once we've got the feedback from the open days and it comes down to the draft conclusions, then there's something meaningful to talk about.
Councillor Donaldson will brief us also. He's involved along those lines.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just support Alice's answer to that question, because I was also on those earlier work groups, and hapu members were there, and actually the road through the Redwoods was a suggestion from a hapu member, not quite through the Redwood Grove, but through the the Scion nursery was one of the suggestions put up by a hapu member. Yep.
So the assurances that iwi are at the table.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, gentlemen. My concerns are basically is that we've got two highways going to the port, one through Nongataha and one through Rotorua roundabout. If you're going to spend $60 million on the eastern side, how can you prevent the trucks going down on the western side? Because it's not going to be too far away that the western people are going to be telling you the same thing as the eastern people. Hey, we've got a problem. I know in the old days we used to have classifications of roads, and you can't do it because of the road users charges, but there's too many logging trucks coming from out of Rotorua that are actually straight lining down Old Taupo Road out through Nongataha and through the gorge. Is there any way that you can make a recommendation to New Zealand government to say we need some sort of export line through the centre of New Zealand, not necessarily export roads? Because that's the problem that we've got, is we need to keep the big vehicles in a straight line with the big bridges, the heavy weights, etc. And if you can make that sort of recommendation to the government, to the politicians, I think you're going to solve some of our major problems. Because at the moment, I'm going to ask for 60 million, not too far away either, for the western side.
I can maybe have a go at answering that from NZTA's perspective. So that we do actually have a network hierarchy. We have Tarawera Road, Tinai Road up through Sun Valley and Paengaroa out to the Eastern Link. That's all. The Eastern Link is a national strategic route, and then it's a regional strategic route through Rotorua. The other side of the V coming up through Nongataha, that's a lower classification route. Forget quite what it is. It might be an arterial or something like that. So we do actually shape our investment around trying to encourage one route over the other. The Eastern Link, Paengaroa through Tinai Road type route. And some of the material see for the open day is also reflects that emphasis, that different prioritization of routes. We'd like to do more, and there's some really interesting ideas floating around about how we can influence road user charges for trucks and make them route specific. That's a really good idea, and we're looking at that kind of thing so we've got a similar problem where trucks travelling between Auckland and Tauranga, for example, some will prefer to go through Waihi and some will prefer to go through Hamilton, and we'd like them to prefer to go along the expressway, but it comes down to cost. So we're looking at options to say, well, can we charge different routes, different charges for that? And that's something we look at here as well. But I'm getting big picture here. But but the local stuff is also important. So I think we are looking at treatments in and around Nongataha as well, and along that State Highway 36 corridor. We don't want. I mean, it's a kind of let's not invest too much in 36 to make it too quick approach. That's what we're doing. Whereas the Eastern Link and all that around there is just a progressive process of trying to make that the better route, if that makes sense.
Getting one truck over 5 tonnes every 1 minute 35 seconds going through Nongataha between the hours of 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. to give you some idea. Thank you. I'll just pick up your suggestion.
I think what we need to do is make progress. I think the issues have been well traversed, and I think I'm going along to the information day as well because I along with can we turn some off? With Mr. Martin, there's a whole lot of information that has to be shared with NZTA. Mr. Martin is in the village during those times, and they've been doing some vehicle counts. That has to be collated and recognised in future planning. I just want to make progress, unless you've got anything more to say. Stavros?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, just to make progress on the central corridor, just to remind us all a couple of objectives for the central corridor. 90% of the traffic that goes through the central corridor, it's local traffic. Second, we've got the inner city revitalization, which aspires to connect our northern part of the CBD with the mall, and obviously all these things be taken into consideration. The third thing, we are now consulting for our 2030 review, and one of the main differentials of this for Rotorua is tourism. Tourism to access our environmental sort of features, the lakes, the forests, the cycle trails and so on. You will notice that preferred option ensures a good shared cycle way from Sala all the way to, to Old Tapo. Now, what we do in between is a matter of, urban detailed, design that is going to take place. The important thing is that, we will continue to allow an effective, traffic movement. We will revitalize the inner city, and we will ensure that the cycling and walking corridors that to be developed are consistent with the 2030 objective of increased tourism. So go to the eastern now.
Yeah, Mark was just commenting, so the dealing with congestion in the eastern corridor is another way of sucking traffic out of the Nongataha corridor. Same as closing a police weighbridge. Changes quite a lot of truck patterns.
Just a bigger question, because I see you've got the on-road usage, and the growth. You've got that factored in, but we're out consulting now on our spatial plan. It's great you're consulting. But the community won't know yet the level of investor interest that we've got coming into Rotorua that wants certainty about the eastern corridor before they invest. That includes Vaughan's Road, Tarawera Road, Tarawera, right out to the Whakatane turn-off in the airport. Massive interest. When do we get that watertight? This will be done. This business case is locked and loaded, even if it's staged, so that we can give those investors, including property, because we're under the gun for opening subdivisions, and they will not open unless they know we've got this roundabout at the airport and we've got the 4-laning to the airport. It really worries me that you're consulting the community. Those investors won't turn up. It's good that you are. That's one side you'll get. But you'll never get that spatial plan tension, that political tension that we're getting from investors about wanting certainty before they open up for housing, for industry, and that's happening right now, which will have a huge growth impact on that road. So it really worries me. We'll get one crack at this, that's what I'm saying. We know that it's about 100 million to get that certainty. Why do we have to wait for that growth for us to be in that lag again about that next investment kick in?
So I think at least some of the investors are shouting at us. I can't remember his name. The man at the airport.
Yeah, that's only some though.
Yes, but we are aware of them. In terms of the section to the airport, between the speed restriction and out to the 33 turn-off was previously part of a safety project. Because of uncertainty about the speeds, that stopped past the airport, so our scopes extended to the airport to make sure that we pick that up. There aren't any pictures at the open day for that because it was a reasonably recent change, but taking into account the demand for certainty about 4-laning, or and in my view, it's more that which side roads would remain open and which side roads would be closed, and how many parallel local roads would be necessary to be able to deal with access safely is the real question. So the 4-laning to the airport, the form of the 4-laning will be understood at the end of the indicative business case. The form of the 4-laning from through the urban section out to Ofata and past will be understood, and that means that there can be certainty about the nature of the corridor, and that means that once we know how much it is, then the funding debate can take place properly. And I think it's not we keep saying growth dependent. It's more a performance dependent and making sure that you've got enough lead time for something to be in place. And that's where I'll go on to the growth. Yes. But it's by being on this corridor, this is one crack at finding out the right answer or finding out the best answer. You have as many cracks as you like. Once we know what we want to build, getting it built is it's there for the discussion. There's funding committed for the immediate problems. For the longer term stuff, there is no funding commitment, but that doesn't mean that we can't put in a funding application as soon as we know what we're making that application for. There's two steps in this. The immediate investment is stuff that we can do almost immediately and effectively without going outside the corridor unless somebody lets us go outside the corridor. For the grade separated solutions, there I think are options that can squeeze a grade separation within the corridor, but it's not as nice a solution as one that would go outside the corridor. And we wouldn't be able to get that designation by 2018, so there would still be the existing congestion problems at the intersection for that lead time. So the investment to deal with the immediate problems means that we get an extra little bit of time to be able to investigate properly and sort out what the right answer is for the long term. So these charts, which one's the laser? Yeah. So these charts, this one is the TomTom data. So the people that use TomTom are stuck in the same traffic stream as everybody else that doesn't use TomTom, so it's reasonably representative in terms of the travel time, not the counts. We finished our strategic case around about here, our program business case around about here, investigated through in 2016, and the delays have gone up markedly. The traffic projections that we used were based on a 10 or 12 year steady line, because you can't trust a global economic downturn as an indicator of past performance. But equally, the 4.5% that we've had last year will not be sustained over the next 30 years. If it is, then there will be monorails and flying cars or something like that introduced to deal with it. So that's the projection. So we've still got the 20 odd years of space. If the traffic happens to be faster, then, and it's a 5-year process, even if everything goes really quickly, a 5-year process to get a large-scale project in place, then we would have to do it very quickly. And that's why I think instead of waiting for the end of the detail business case before coming into the grade separation, without promising grade separation, the high volume solution, we need to start that now so that it's not a hurried solution. One of the oddities, is the morning peak, and my understanding is is where people are howling and not quite starving to death on the edge of Isles Road, taking their breakfast in the car. But the traffic's basically been flat and has stayed flat. It's the evening peak is the one that's risen, and I'm not sure, because if it was a capacity constraint sitting on Tenai Road for the morning peak, you would expect the shoulder hours to be going up as well, so the peak spreading beyond the single hour. So I need to get into that. One of the things I would like to point out, this chart of daily traffic growth against a nominal daily capacity, I think is at the stage where it's with this sort of potential traffic growth, the approximation that daily traffic gives is no longer really valid. We need to start properly thinking about just the peak traffic, different directions and different intersection treatments. So whether that is up like this or out like that, it's now too coarse to do it's only 7.5 years or it's 12 years kind of a thing. The traffic growth has increased. We need to think about it harder, and we need to think about it differently with the peak traffic.
Can I add a comment? I just wanted to pick up on the Mayor's comments about, we need to have a plan so that businesses have confidence of what they're investing in. I think actually here, and if we get to the material, there are pictures there that says, here is the plan for the Eastern Corridor. It is trigger dependent or growth dependent or whatever you want to call it, but there is a plan. We have spent time developing a plan. So we're almost there, basically, is the answer. We've just, the only tricky question is how quickly. And right here, right now, because of the growth spike, everybody wants everything tomorrow. If the Chinese economy collapses or whatever, some unexpected shock happens tomorrow and everything goes down again, everything slows down again. So, I mean, I'm pretty confident that we're doing the right thing in the right way. We do have a plan. It's broadly the right kind of plan. It's just a question of how fast.
Can I say something to Mark? I think one of the graphs that is missing on that top right-hand corner there is that we have used traffic demands on an average of about 1.1% for these graphs here. The last 5 years indicates, the last couple of years indicates traffic demand of about 4.5%. A midpoint level is about 2.5%. And if you extrapolate 2.2, 2.5%, we're hitting into saturation level in about 6-7 years' time. So therefore, what we need to be doing right now is to planning for the next big intervention, because we can't build things overnight. We need 4 or 5 years of enabling, work to be ready for that point of view. And that's the work that we need, as Alistair and Mark was saying, that we really need to have the plan in place and work backwards to implement that solution. How much lead time do we need to implement it? And, I think certainly the current growth patterns indicates that, we really need to have the big solutions no later than 2025.
You just finished saying, Stavros, creates suspicion amongst the public that this is just an exercise to delay what the inevitable will happen. And that we had that, and Mr. Martin and I have been around this council a long, long time. It's exactly the same story we had when State Highway 36 was taken over. They said to us from NZTA, oh no, the traffic growth will only be half to 1.5%. Look at it, it's gone absolutely crazy. We tried to tell them that. They wouldn't listen. They are the experts. We're not engineers. And look at the dreadlock we've got out there now. It's just beyond a joke. And the other thing that I wanted to ask, particularly of the NZTA, do you factor in on the western coming into the city and the impact on the Tarawera roundabout from the 2,500 to 3,000 people a week that come into Rotorua to do the Redwoods on the weekend, to come here and stay on the weekend, and they've all got vehicles, etc., and that's having an impact on that as well. Is that reflective in what your projections are here, Alistair?
So is this for the roundabout condition or the capacity? Yeah. So the capacity this is why we need to get into the which peak are you talking about? The previously you could comfortably say that Thursday evening was it for peak traffic, at least in that direction, and then the morning traffic was reasonably steady. Now the traffic patterns suggest that the Saturday lunchtime is the peak traffic, so you've got to design for that. The timing of those peaks and making sure that you deal with those as well. Rotorua is a little bit luckier than others because you've got a tourism traffic model as well as an ordinary working day traffic model, so that can be factored into the predictions. What we don't have just now is the timing of the land use. And that's where the spatial plan becomes important. You've got a 2013 traffic model, but we've got no futures. So that's why so these it's not quite making stuff up, but these are my predictions based on traffic understanding, and the orange line here was me deciding what Rotorua's land use should be around the Eastern Corridor and how many jobs you would get by when, because the spatial plan isn't there yet, and that's where the ultimate land use in 150 years is easy to put in blobs. Trying to match up infrastructure investment with the traffic in the right place. Are people turning right up Tarawera? The lakes, formerly holiday homes, becoming progressively more permanent residential. What does that do to traffic? And all of those, the little subtleties we try to think about. You can get a feel for them now with traffic counts, but the future traffic is generally driven by land use, and that's where it's floating. There's an awful lot of land that's available for development just now, and we don't know where or when yet.
Alistair, you've got to think from our dilemma, from our situation, and Stavros gets it in the neck at nearly every round of meetings. We did Lake Road, absolutely fabulous roadscape, no problems with delays. It's zoom in, zoom out. Why hasn't they don't see it as NZTA, they don't see it as you, they see it as this council or this community, EBOP, ourselves, whoever, not deliberately and Her Worship the Mayor was saying, in terms of the certainty that these people need to invest and to grow, to create jobs, wealth, whatever you will like. These people need some certainty that these things are happening. But of course, we get it in the neck because they don't see that road out, Tenai Road, as a state highway. They see it as a local road that we're responsible for. So maybe we should put a sign up, Madam Chair, that Your Worship, that NZTA is responsible for that road. Yeah, we'll put his mobile number on it. And but you see what we were getting at? We've got to deal with the local issues. You've got to look at a national transport strategy and a national budget. But it's the local, the impacts are on the local. And Stavros keeps us abreast with this all the time. So why isn't the message getting through?
Can I respond to that? I mean, we're having these open days. We're making absolutely clear that the NZTA are involved, or not only involved, but are making key decisions about this. Absolutely correct. We're not going to be shying away from fronting up to the public and making clear what the message is, whatever the message is. Picking up on your earlier point about, I forgot the earlier point now. Sorry.
Certainty of investment.
Yeah. Again, I think the plan is there. This is us coming out to the community saying this is the plan, and it's not. Again, it's not a fait accompli.
Yeah.
It's kind of the same thing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for your presentation. We've talked about the need for investment and long-term thinking for our industries, but what's actually important to me and what we haven't touched on is the importance of long-term thinking for the future of our families. Now, our family's future is very important to me, and you know, I might not have been here a very long time, but I will be, and when I have children and they're driving their electric cars, environmentally friendly cars, I have got serious concerns about what they're driving, like what the roads and what the accessibility and what their wait times will be. And I want to share something with you. When I went to some of the schools for our Vision 2030 recently, and this is all over Linmore, out in Ngākuru, every single class that I saw, the students were concerned about the roads. And now they believe that it's the tourists. And so they say, oh, we don't want any more tourists because it takes so long to get to school. And it takes so long for us to get anywhere because our roads are congested. And that's young children aged 8 and 9, that can see as well. So, you know, you've said that you're surprised by the growth, but I'm not really. I mean, the councils before us and our council now and our communities and our iwi have been investing a lot of time, a lot of thought and a lot of money into our future, and I believe we're going to continue to grow. You know, we've seen the recent Statistic New Zealand reports that we are growing, relates to the Bill report too. So, you know, it's happening now. And the discussions that you're talking about, and you've mentioned immediate fixes. Well, when you go back and you relook at your program, I would like you to seriously consider not just looking at a short-term view, but at a long-term view as well. And in regards to families, I see it's one of your new strategies is providing access to housing development in high-growth areas. That Eastern link is going to be very important and very significant. As Mayor Chadwick has mentioned, we're actually looking at our spatial plan now and at land availability, and we've got a lot of residential areas that are going to be filled within 10 years. So yeah, I would just really like you to look at it at a long-term view. And so doesn't that mean that we do need to be creating a long-term plan for it as well?
Can we're not surprised that there is, well, there's two parts to the growth answer. We were always planning for growth, you know, so but I had been planning on 1.1% growth average over the next 30 or 40 years. It's that sudden spike in growth that's been the surprise. And that's against a context where previously the traffic has been either flat or down the way. So it's been a struggle to show the evidence. You know, that here is the growth. When you've got Stats NZ showing a decline in population and flat traffic, it's hard to say it's okay, build it. The growth will catch up sometime. We're now in an area where the growth is evident, and if you build something and the growth flattens off a bit, it's not that you've built something that's never going to be used. You're building something slightly early. And I think that's a fundamental difference for the impact of technology and when the 9-year-olds are driving electric cars and that sort of thing. I'm hoping that they'll assist in reducing congestion rather than increase it. Yeah.
Thank you for your response, Councillor Donaldson.
Thank you. I'm not sure if this slide's going to go up at your open day, but that top left graph is going to get seriously challenged. I just checked a text on my phone from a chap who's contacted me twice, and he texted me, or he rang me actually over Bluetooth, but he has twice drops his kids at Linmore School every day at 8:30, and it takes him 15 minutes from the Isles Road lights to the Tarawera roundabout. So I don't know how that is being measured. Tuesday last week, I dropped people at the airport, and the tail was out to Rotorua School. I sat and had coffee for half an hour with my wife, and then some kind people let us into the queue out of the airport, which was still out past Rotorua School half an hour later. And this was in that same window of 8 till 9 a.m. It took us 20 minutes to get to Coulter Road before we could do the rat run through the back of Orfwata and Linmore. So I've seen the rubber hoses across the road, and they last about 2 days, and then they're ripped up by the traffic, and I'm not quite sure how that's measured, but pardon me if I'm cynical about those time frames, and I think you'll get seriously challenged about them.
This is where the getting the local information helps. This is TomTom data, so nothing to do with the tubes. The flattening the travel time across, so it's averaged over an hour, can mean that there are there are a lot of people that are over those travel times and some that are less. And for me, this was more an acceptance that delays are increasing rather than denial.
Yeah, I mean, to turn around
And the thing he raises, which is a real concern to him, is he knows, and we've both observed it because we travel that way a lot, is people are taking advantage of the Offwater Road, gap it down Vaughan, go right down to the shops, then come back and round the roundabout,
Yes.
and also see them go through the Redwood Shopping Centre car park and try and get out as well. So there's all sorts of strategies being employed to try and get ahead on that tail. So,
which
very challenging.
Generally don't help roundabout performance. Yeah.
Thank you. Now, we do have a number of speakers and we're actually running out of time a bit, so I've got Mr Martin, Kent and then Gould.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Gentlemen, I've heard this report before and I don't envy your position. And no doubt you get it right throughout New Zealand. I'll go to your consultation that you're going to have. Congratulations. But I can tell you the answer right now when you get those people there. Fix our bloody roads, please. So the consultation that I believe you should be having is with the commercial people, privately, and you should be having it with them in Taupo, as well as in Rotorua, as well as in Taronga. And they are the people that actually pay your roads from the road users situation. The rest of us pay our registration, etc. We know that. But if you can get them convinced if they can convince you what they require to keep those trucks in straight lines, you'll have every local car driver saying, brilliant. And I honestly believe you're trying to appease us by having these information centres and going out and just saying, hey, what do you want? We know what we want, and everyone's going to say, yes, please, we want it. Talk to your two commercial guys, because I've sat here now 10 years ago and heard exactly the same thing, and we've got worse. Go back to one of your first screen, please. See the peak morning traffic counts, and that's what our deputy was talking about. You've got 8 to 9 o'clock. The people actually start moving at 6:30 to get to work at 9 o'clock. When they come home, and that's why it's spiking, is because they knock off at 5 and they're all trying to get home to mum at 7 o'clock. So your statistics that you're getting up there just does not comprehend to the normal traffic flows that we're seeing. And I don't live in that area. I'm out this side. And I sympathise with these people, and I totally agree with what our mayor is saying, is that road has absolutely stopped production of anything in Rotorua as far as looking for growth.
Thank you, Mr Martin. I'll actually...
Please, if I could just one more minute. Because the growth situation that we're applying through, the $1 billion that the government is putting up for subdivisions, this council does not get it because it's seen as no growth. And the growth is stopped by roads. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr Martin. Now, we do need to move on quite promptly, so please just keep your comments short and keep to questions. Thank you, Mr Kent. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to say that my gut instinct is going to probably in line with what you're going to get out in the field, and that is these graphs are all very well, growth predictions are all very well, but how is putting traffic lights going to fix the Tarawera roundabout problem? Because I tell you it ain't. I travel that frequently. The problem is caused by the volume of traffic turning right from Tinai Road onto Tarawera Road. Traffic lights is not going to fix that problem. An overpass would fix that problem immediately. All the traffic coming around, all the other accesses onto that roundabout are diverting because the traffic turning right into Tarawera Road is blocking the Tinai Road travelling south. Unless you put that overpass in, all you're doing is basically you're going to stop and start the same traffic flow problem.
Councillor Kent, I know I came in halfway through your presentation, but I think you're actually reflecting a lot of what the community is going to say. So this information day is on the 12th of April at the...
So a portion in the Civic Centre and a portion at Linmore School.
And how widely have you told the community out there through the Community Association, iwi organisations, that you're going to be present?
It's newspaper adverts, I think, is it?
Not many people can afford $1.70 for a paper every day, but never mind, it's your problem, not ours. Okay, the next question, it's ours, yeah, because they'll say we haven't consulted. Councillor Gould?
Thanks very much. For your presentation on the 12th of April next week at the Sir Howard Morrison Centre, you're going to have major challenges because you've got a secondary school expo safety on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday. There's only probably one small room available for you can have your demonstration, but you're going to have to walk through a lot of, or ratepayers or people of the public going to have to look through a lot of school students and maybe a few displays get into that room. And the other issue I have is that your 13.5 million to Terrier roundabout may not be the right solution. It might be a mini solution where we need a little small money spent on. As Councillor Kent said, we need an overpass. It may cost more money, but you might want to get it right first time than spend two lots of money trying to get it right.
Okay, I think we're getting into detail. I'm not going to get you to answer that. I think we're getting into detail. I think if people have got concerns, they should come to the information day and make some suggestions. Just before we get dropped, we break for lunch. It's an hour and a quarter. Well, I'll ask Councillor Tapsell just to sum up and lead us forward to a break.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, these graphs are actually based on a growth assumption of 1.15%. Yep, when they were done, there was a growth assumption on 1.15%. Now, we've seen it in Auckland, we've seen it in Tauranga, we've seen it here. Statistics NZ and Bill, as I've already said, have absolutely smashed that with our growth. So, I guess, as the last question, when will we see and when will you start taking a more realistic approach to the growth assumptions is basically what I'm trying to say, because 1.15 is just completely unrealistic.
So the 1.1 was my assessment of the likely traffic in the absence of other information. So, it was my best guess at the time. The trends were for negative growth. So, so I allowed for growth, and that growth over 30 years is sufficient to deal with the short-term growth and get sufficient time to put long-term solutions, or to get long-term solutions underway. In terms of the commitment, the programme business case managed to get commitment for construction funding for projects where the board did not know what those projects were, and I'm not sure that that's ever happened before. There was a commitment to the corridor. There was a recognition of a problem, and the swap away from the Rotorua Eastern Arterial, rather than have an uncertainty left with what's going to happen to Tenai Road, that commitment for funding for projects that were yet to be decided, I think is a fairly solid commitment, and it should provide sufficient time to come up with the proper answers.
Since 2013, we've been experiencing the growth, so I have to share what Councillor Tapsell was saying. Why isn't that reflective in what your, one of your graphs, 7 to 8's got the morning peak traffic going into town going down. I think you better drive from Jack Cookson Road into town on a Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and see whether you agree with your graphs.
So the left-hand side of the traffic projections, the squiggly blue bit, those are actual traffic counts. So that the peak in 2005-2006 was when the Rotorua traffic model was updated and revised and had very high growth. And then immediately following that, growth dipped down. So those are actual counts. The straight lines, the ones that look artificially straight, are artificially straight. Those are the projections, and the only real issue is if and remembering that this is daily traffic, not peak traffic. If, for example, the blue line gets much steeper and ends up hitting the grey line before we've got time to do something about it, then that's a serious problem. Just now, there is investment that can make stuff better by controlling traffic and managing the rat running. If that turns out, and this is one of the things that I want to sort out as part of the long term, if we're building traffic signals or investing just now, should we be building them slightly wider so that we can put a Hewlett's pillar in the middle island or something like that, so that we can think about it genuinely? That previously we were following the Stats NZ and the best information that we had, and we've now got different information.
With that, Alistair, I thank you sincerely. And to the team from NZTA, thank you sincerely for sharing this information with us. We wish you well at your information day. It's a shame you're not going right out east, right out to the Ofota people, because a lot of them are the ones that have to traverse traverse the road at the pedestrian crossings, etc. To you, Stavros, thank you for this bringing this here today. It's informative. There's a lot of work to be done. I just hark back to what Councillor Tapsell said. Just get your assumptions correct. Figures will speak for themselves, and let's move forward together. And we're all working in this for the same reason. I've just got one hand up, and I don't know why. Mr. Waddy?
Yeah, sorry, I was just wondering, because it sounds like you're wrapping it up, and I just wanted to make sure that we're giving them the respect of letting them finish their presentation. When I'm not, I'm not too sure.
I think I have an hour and 20 minutes. I mean, if you want to know, I mean, they're going to be at the information day. I'm going to go to the information day because I want to have a discussion with them. Stavros, your view?
Sorry. I think I want to draw attention to that, preferred option that goes for consultation. It says widen Tinai Road to 4 lanes with solid media from Sala Street to Ofata Road. That's the preferred option at the moment. Traffic lights, provide future, lakes and so on. The key question that we need to continue to work with NZTA in terms of developing this business case is that growth projection. As Alistair said, the 1.1% might be the historical thing, but obviously the recent 5 years growth goes over 2.3%. That brings the decision crunch point to 2025. And I think that's the question we have with NZTA right now.
Thank you. We'll adjourn for lunch. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll resume at 1:10. Okay, if we can resume our seats, turn to page 60.
He's a nutter, eh?
Oh. Okay, the meeting is resumed. We've got Stavros here. Ladies and gentlemen, if you've got any questions from pages 59 through to right through to page 66, 68, 69, a lot of staff who are responsible for those cost centre areas aren't here, but certainly we'll do our best to answer those questions. We'll go right through to 70 because Stavros is here for Transport Solutions and he is also responsible for water and wastewater. If you've got any questions on the other parts of the agenda. Yes, Mr. Waru.
Sorry, it might be. It was in regards to the tourism strategy. I suppose it's. Can't ask that one now, eh?
Yeah, go for it. What page are you referring to?
63.
Yep.
Just wondering, it says that they worked with they had workshops and Te Arawa included in those workshops. What workshops were held with Te Arawa? And who's the representative there in the tourism strategy?
I can't find it. What page are you on? 61. Yeah. Who can answer that? JP?
Through Mr. Chair, look, I do remember those workshops were held, I think they were a couple of months ago with the initial ones, so I don't know who attended on behalf of Te Arawa, so I can actually find an answer for you and bring that back.
Thank you.
Mr. Donaldson, then Councillor Kent.
Yeah, thank you, through Mr. Chair. I attended one of those workshops at Destination Rotorua Boardroom. I think Councillor Tapsall came as well. The workshops were facilitated by TRC Tourism, who are the consultants working for the Bay Connections. And at that workshop were obviously the CE, Michelle, and Insights and Strategy chap Oscar from DR, and Andrew Wilson, myself, Councillor Tapsall, and others. I can't recall if anyone from Te Tato was present at that.
Recollection, it was like Debbie Guptill, it was those that are involved in the tourism industry. Yeah, it's a long time ago.
Okay. Councillor Kent?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's not particularly related to any particular page, but I think Stavros is in charge of this area. The issue of fire permits, I just went onto the website the other day to actually look up to see whether I needed a permit, and I found it exceedingly confusing. it actually says rural area restricted fire season, 1st of October to 30th of April. The restricted fire season has now closed and will open again on the 1st of October 2016. So does that mean the season is actually closed and you don't need a permit, or does it actually mean that these figures are actually out of date of dates? And it then refers you to go on to Pumiceland's website, which says there is a restricted fire season and you do need a permit. So perhaps that could be tidied up.
Stavros, could you clarify that? Get that sorted?
I haven't seen the dates, but certainly if it is like that, it is confusing. The fire season, the permits close in April, and between then and October you don't need fire permit. And Pumiceland, which is a regional rural fire authority at the moment until 1 July anyway, it's a responsible authority. But I'll check the numbers, I'll check the dates and make sure it's clarified. I'm sorry about that.
Chairman, page 64, Stavros. With the problems at the wastewater plant yesterday, is that something which is still in the process of being fixed up? Or is that something which will take a number of weeks or a number of months, or will that sort of occurrence happen again?
It will take a number of years, Councillor. The issue is that the recent rain events identified that excessive stormwater enters into our sewage network system. It's got a couple of possibilities. Why is that happening? Either because of aging pipes or because of incorrect connections into the sewage system. A program actually has started right now to narrow down the catchments that contribute mostly in those areas, and then we'll start reversing backwards to identify possible options to address it. Having said that, the guys tells me that this kind of flows have not been experienced in our sewage treatment plant since 1999. So the events of the mid-March and this week, the last two events, they seem to be exceptional events. So this is a program of trying to minimize that risk going forward. Obviously, with a new sewage treatment plant in the offing over the next 2-3 years, we'll have a lot more better capacity to accommodate inflows and outflows and storage capacity. But between now and then we have to manage the situation as best as we can. However, the solution, I have to say it to you, it is not an overnight solution. It's a long-term program. In Wellington, it took us 15 years to manage what we call a sewage pollution elimination program, and we still encounter problems of wet weather flow exceeding dry weather flow by a factor of up to 4 or 5 sometimes.
With the embankment notice put on by Bay Plenty Regional Council a number of years ago on that particular plant, is that something which they're likely to do again because of what happened when it wasn't, it was a natural event?
The abatement notice, it usually is issued with regards to breaching a resource consent. An emergency event is usually a good, defense, for operating outside your resource consent. However, I would expect that the regional council will ask us to explain what happened and what measures we are taking to address it in the future. And that's what I'm saying. An infiltration and inflow elimination or reduction program, it needs to be part and parcel of our defence going forward.
Thank you. You probably haven't got an answer to this, Stavros. What was the specific problem in Victoria Street yesterday? It looked like sewage was going all over the road.
Victoria Street is like sort of a junction where the sewage flows from 2 or 3 different directions, converge into a gravity main that goes from there to the sewage treatment plant. So because of the high flows, the effluent or the sewage, which is heavily diluted, converging to Victoria Street created a bit of a pressure into the manhole there, which is a receiving chamber, a receiving junction, and push the lead off the road, and obviously it's discharging over there. And again, it's just an issue of trying to figure out what's the best way to manage flows into that point and whether in the future we want to consider some kind of additional storage, to accommodate high flows.
Mr. Bassani Tuli, then Councillor Donaldson.
Kia ora, Mr. Chair. Kia ora, Stavros. This is in relation to the creative portfolio on page 62. We've had recent deputations from Te Aroa artists for the development of a Te Aroa art strategy. I think I raised it maybe 2 or 3 committee meetings ago. Is there some way to integrate a Te Aroa art strategy with the wider city art strategy?
Onto that, after we've done the Rotorua Way 2030, I'm hoping that that very group will make submissions, and I certainly, when I spoke at the Inspire symposium, to ask the creative sector to respond, and I would expect that after we've done that consultation, that we will look to include whatever groups want to be included in that, and the more the merrier, and I couldn't be more delighted to hear that there is a group waiting in the wings to add some strength to that.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Just back to the wastewater issue and the overflows, and also I do have a question at the end of all this about stormwater, but the media releases that we've put out have stimulated some conversation amongst members of the Project Steering Committee who meet tomorrow for the wastewater treatment plant out of the forest upgrade project. And it's my understanding that with most gully traps only being approximately 50 metres above ground level, 50 millimetres, sorry, a couple of inches above ground level, if your backyard floods, your gully trap becomes a siphon straight to the wastewater treatment plant for all the stormwater in backyards. And we have a number of low-lying residential properties in the Mangakakahi, Utahina Stream, Wainahe, Holden's Bay, who all get their backyards flooded in weather events such as we've had, and aggravated by the fact that the lake's at a very high level right now, and so they're not flowing well. So my question is as part of our 30-year infrastructure planning, do we need to be looking at increased stop banks or increased stormwater capability to stop these residential floodings? That's the question.
Well, I think there are a number of angles, or a number, responses to that. Obviously, if you take it from a high-level perspective, if we do have inflow into a sewage system or infiltration through aging pipes and so on, to a large degree, you'll find a lot of property owners do not do condition inspection of their sewage pipes that connects from their gully traps, into the main sewer. So a lot of them are cracked pipes that, they need to be fixed. And the other thing too is that you've got low-lying properties where the inspection chambers, get flooded. That's another issue too. In general terms, for every 50% of the entire sewage network is made of private, pipes, and then 50% from public pipes. We need to start a process where it addresses both sides. We need to make sure our public pipes are robust against infiltration and of the sufficient capacity to take sewage down to our sewage treatment plant. That's our responsibility. Second responsibility is to find ways to ask people to do more regular inspections and take preventative measures inside their private properties. Now, the third element is that what contributes to stormwater runnings into the private property that creates a foot of, ponding of water, and most of it will come either from adjoining land or from roads or so on. And a question we need to ask in the future is that, is our stormwater level flood protection, the level of service sufficient enough? I understand most of our flood protection level is about in 1 in 2 or 1 in 5, which is not really unusual for most of our cities. However, certain areas we might have to design them to withstand in 1 in 20 or 1 in 50, average return period. So you're right. I think we need to address that in a holistic basis, but it's got to be a multi-branch approach. We have to address the public system, the private system. The bylaws allow us to intervene in the private system, and also asking the community, do we want to achieve a high level of protection against floods? And do we want to do universal, or we need to target it in some flood-prone areas. And I think our long-term infrastructure strategy needs to definitely address, these questions.
Kia ora, Mr. Chair. I'm not too sure what this, who I'm directing this question to. Could be Jeff, could be Stavros, but it's in regards to contractors. In terms of contracts and contractors' performance, what influence does council have over contractors, including behaviours and their good employer ways of working? So I'm not too sure who I'm aiming that at. Kia koe.
I think there are two levels. Again, to that, obviously the behavior of any contractor in relation to executing their duties as described by the contract. We pay them money to do whatever they have to do. And each one of these services has got, a supporting key performance indicator with, demands and expects from the contractor and their staff to look and behave in a certain way towards, the public. So if they don't behave in that way, they obviously are in breach of their contract, and we do have remedies, against that. Now, there's some authorities, and in some jurisdictions, you'll find that some councils, some principals are asking contractors to ensure that they comply with the minimum living wage, pays. We haven't got a policy to that effect, here. But with regards to basic issues such as behavior, presentation, health and safety, promptness and responsiveness, then our contracts should be able to cover all these aspects. We haven't got at this point in time anything to address, incomes and payments.
Thank you. Just a supplementary question as well. So in terms of, say for example, Smart Waste, do they provide you with updates, with reports that they, like a performance report or rather?
Yeah, we have, smart environmental and, all other contracts provide, monthly reports that encompass, our performance during operations, incidents with the public, health and safety issues, operational issues. So we have regular reports from them.
One more question. So are you aware of any troubles or anything like that that are happening within the Smart Waste?
Well, I'm aware of a lot of things that's happening inside the smart environmental. I'm not sure what you mean. So if you want to discuss anything, more than happy to sit and discuss it.
Thank you.
At this stage, Mr. Waru, that if there are issues that you have of a personal nature or performance, lack of performance, etc., I think you should take that out direct with Mr. Stavros. He'll be more
Thank you, Stavros. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
He'll be more than happy to help you. Mr. Stendon.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Stavros, just on page 71 around the capital projects underway, Spencer Road, you're aware that there are some safety concerns around the demarcation between the footpath and the road, and is it the intention to replace the barriers that were there from the previous footpathing?
I think I'm a member of the community board, Fred Stevens asked that question, and we replied and said that the barriers, as specified by the resource consent for that footpath, some time ago, will be rectified. There were some gaps in it, and I think as part and parcel of this work, we'll be filling these gaps.
Thanks. Any questions? Your worship, finally.
Just on the wastewater and our open reporting yesterday on the event at the wastewater treatment plant, I see some people on social media think it's raw sewage going into the lake. I'm sure we just need to keep repeating that it's not the sewage settling ponds, it's the tank that was treated sewage. So we just need to get that record absolutely right for the public. So if you could repeat that, it would be helpful.
Just getting back to the operation of Te Whare Taonga o Te Arawa. Stuart's here. Has anyone got any questions they want to raise regarding the museum? We did get a comprehensive rundown on the visit the other day. Has anyone got any questions?
I haven't got a question, Mr Chair, and I don't want to hold it down, but I think it would be good, Stuart, if you gave the reply for those politicians that didn't see on the tour the enthusiasm of the public wanting to start fundraising. Would you just address that to all of the members here today? Because they may be getting it from their various sources too, and while it's good from the community, your response needs to be repeated.
Thank you. Welcome, Stuart.
Yeah, kia ora koutou. Firstly, in terms of fundraising, we obviously need to get to a point where we need to know exactly what we're raising, the amount we're looking for. So I have met with RECT, and they certainly have an interest to raise funds. Also, the Rotorua Museum Centennial Trust that originally raised the funds, the 23 million for the extension. Speaking with Lyle, the chairman, they're certainly on board in terms of wanting to facilitate raising funds. And also the Ministry of Culture had a discussion with them prior to Christmas, and of course that might be better. They've indicated that they certainly want to be talking to us once we're in a position of the figure we require. Yeah. So I think it's important to understand exactly what we're looking for before we start to do that. I hate to think that we could be looking for 10 million, we might be looking for 5, we could be looking for 30. So until we actually know that, then I think we're better off to just wait until we're quite clear about what it is that's required.
It's pleasing though to hear there is enthusiasm in our community for that.
Oh, look, most definitely. I mean, the feedback I get is just when are we going to reopen, so, yeah.
Councillor Kawatake?
Yes, thank you, Mr Chair. It was just a thought that if we were to start raising now, even though we're not sure about the amount that we need, would it not perhaps put us in a position where we don't have to do the targeted rate for the museum? Because that's going out in your plan. So I'm just saying, I just heard what you said, and I thought, well, we might be able to raise the necessary from within the community and from some of those organisations without actually having to put up a proposed targeted rate.
There needs to be a clear demarcation between reinvigorating the museum and covering the running costs because of lack of income. Thomas, would you like to make a comment?
That's exactly right, Chair. So that you recall we did discuss that at the time of the workshop, and it's like typical community groups. It's very easy to fundraise for capital items, but very difficult to fundraise for operational deficits. And the feeling was, as the costs of the museum were stripped right back, leaving that shortfall, it was more appropriate to, or may have felt some more appropriate to have that targeted levy for a short period of time while it was closed, and then focus all the fundraising on towards the capital costs.
One question, you're fully conversant and happy with the completion of the Te Arawa World War I memorial will be finished by November and re-blessed and reopened, etc.?
Yeah, we're well on track with the memorial, so it's actually completion's not till next year, till Armistice Day 2018. Yeah, as I've said in my report, we've selected a carver now, or the Koiki selected a carver out of the 3 applicants a couple of weeks ago, which is Rakai Kingi. And Te are currently in the process of taking moulds of the original Po, which is quite a process to ensure that we maintain the heritage integrity of that tonga, in terms of them then casting moulds for bronze at some point in the near future. So we're definitely on track.
Questions? Would someone like to move that the performance delivery, the report from page 59 through to... Sorry? I've got it up there, have we? Sorry?
Sorry, I did have some questions.
Okay, yep, Councillor Tipsel.
Sorry, I thought we were going through it. It's a shame the library staff aren't here anymore, but I just wanted to know, I guess we probably won't, they done some Rotorua Girls High School outreach visits, and that was actually taken on really well. And I just wanted to know if they were looking at doing any more visits to the schools.
So
Because they only done 4 days.
Jane's not here. So.
That's okay. I'll
But
follow
that's
up.
JP you want to know? Do you have an idea?
Through Mr. Chair, no, I don't. I'm presuming they probably would, but I can confirm that and get a message to you if you like.
Well, by email.
Thank you. And just on page 69, under sports and recreation with the open spaces, I see there's operational work to remove trees at Kowai Cemetery. Just wanted to know what trees those are, because there was quite a lot of negative feedback from the community when we removed the big trees.
Thank you. Through you, the Chair. We've been in dialogue with the Kowai Trust board, and also with we had an iwi meeting at Hanimutu to go over the plan with a whole lot of Ngāti Whakāui elders and people there. The trees is basically the avenue of trees down the middle of the cemetery. The initial starting point will be the series of trees that were left at the old entranceway, because the idea was to open up the outlook across the lake, and then the avenue will come down, and there will be some other plantings in the area, but they won't be quite as big as those old cypresses that have come down would get to. And that received pretty good positive feedback, both from the trustees and from the Whakāui group that we met with.
Just to clarify, do you intend to take the conifers out that are growing up the middle on either side?
Yes, Monty, that's correct, isn't it? Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Good.
Yes, the answer is correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, to do with the library, may I suggest that we put out a press release about school holiday programs for children, both at the library and the aquatic centre, as the school holidays start on the 14th of April, which is next week.
The website and have a look. It's been in the paper everywhere. Is that right, Rob?
Could I just... The councillors need to have a around town app on your phone. Yeah, you can download it and you know exactly where these programs are, which concerts are coming to town. It's a very cool app, and I picked up on a game last night on it that I had missed through normal advertising. So, I think if you use that, you'll know.
Is that the one the young guys came here and presented on?
It's fantastic. Tells us everything that's on around town.
Yep. Okay, in terms of sport and recreation, you'll get an update on the capital projects and confidential again today. Events and venues on page 70, you can see some fantastic events have been happening in Rotorua, like the Waka Ama, nearly 2,000 participants, and then their supporters on top. The town has been chock-a-block with crankworks, with even the Targa Rally. I mean, it's only 100 or so cars, but the number of people that come to Rotorua and accommodated it is just huge. And of course, we've got the Mud Festival coming up, and we've got the Lions Tour coming up, and all sorts of things. So it's full of action, but I think it would be pretty unappreciative if I did not, on behalf of you all, and I'm sure Her Worship would also join me in saying to Dave Donaldson and his team, Crankworks is now an international event on our back doorstep that tens of thousands of people are now gravitating to Rotorua through. I went on the Thursday and the Saturday. On the Sunday I did one open and you could not get a park from way past Mitai down to Waikiri Rugby Club, all around the place, the paddocks, the parks, everything was full of cars. And I just want to pass on the community's thanks, Dave, to you and the directors I think that has been a fantastic investment on behalf of the ratepayers of Rotorua. Those Rotorua people who went there on the free day thoroughly enjoyed it, and the flow-on impact of that will be kids going and buying mountain bikes all over the place. There have been a couple of negative things with people's bikes being stolen, but I understand they've got them back, which is really good. Some pretty observant community members. But to you, Dave, I just say thank you. A big thank you, and I just wondered if you had any comment to make.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I would say that, first of all, there were 2 free days this year, thanks to the rain. But yeah, the positives comment coming back through the board in respect to the performance of both the management team for Crankworks and they've worked tirelessly, but with great support from Rob's team here within council and other arms of Rotorua Lakes Council and the other shareholders. So Skyline's team put in a fantastic effort. And of course the management crew. It's been a pleasure to work with them, and yeah, lots of good support, lots of learnings, and the parking has been one of them in wet weather. But thanks very much for whoever organised the putting on of buses, and of course thanks to Thomas and his team in finance who keep us on track financially. Way too early to declare any sort of result in that area back to the shareholders, but we will in due course. Thank you.
It was a stunning event. I'm not sure how many managed to get there, but you've got to see it to believe it, this event, actually. And it has a wider ripple right through into the recreational riders in the Forest Estate, so and children. The children's event was phenomenal. Just seeing those kids coming through, and to think we'll have the BMX track, you know, for them too, and then opening into the forest. One of the things on the day that I went and heard, which was a little bit alarming to me, was some negative, that people had picked up on some negative feedback about Crankworks locally, and that gave the wobbles to some funders. And I think that's something we've got to watch with our reputation with every event that we put on, because we can't do enough of these. And I got that feedback on the VIP day. And the other was how flexible we're learning to be because of weather. So this, we can't always promise, but those that went knew that the day had to be put forward from Sunday to Saturday, and they adapted to it. So that's good. And bringing that up, I want to acknowledge the staff from the Lakeside concert too. Rawari, Trevor and I are on that board, and or trust, and we couldn't believe the responsiveness from our team, our events team, to adapt around, to make a decision on Tuesday to move a concert to that Saturday, a 3-day window, and still get 4,000 people turning up for a free concert is pretty amazing. And a few lessons learned there too about future planning. So thanks to the staff, because that's just unheard of that you can react like that.
One of the other areas, not taking away from Lakeside, it was a fantastic event, was talking to the volunteers at Crankworks who actually believe they own that event.
300.
It's just fantastic to see the enthusiasm. And I've been before, but this time I took time out and been a slow walker. I can't keep up with the crowd. Just observing the commercial side of things, the business that's done, the hospitality that's appreciated, the volunteers and what they actually do, say, and how they act. It's just full credit to Rotorua. I mean, I brushed aside the negatives, and it was just absolutely positive. Out at the Redwoods, the company that I work for sponsored the secondary schools event. It'll just grow like topsy. It'll be the talk of the secondary school industry, if you like to put it that way, coming up for next year. So that's just going to grow and grow and grow. So finally, mate, just well done. Hats off to you. You take it in your stride. I just couldn't believe how casual you were up there. Old Tuck and the other chap were just a little bit stressed, but you didn't seem to be, which was really good. So, are there any other questions? Councillor Hunt.
If I may just make a comment, and I think you, Mayor, alluded to it, the BMX track, certainly the slopestyle and the air downhill, a number of those international riders and our local ones came from a BMX history. And we had 2 local riders win 2 major events. Now, that is an enormous signal for the health and the future of not only us with Crankworks, but us as a destination to produce world-class athletes. So our development of the BMX track is already foreshadowing that we're going to be a major player on these biking events. And I think that anyone in the community has to understand that those developments we do in this area, everything links to everything else. And there is huge buy-in from those people who actually understand where sport is heading. The other thing too is one local business managed to launch a new, that's Enzo, a new product. Now that got picked up by a thing called Pink Bike, which if you don't know anything about biking, means nothing to you. For anyone in that area, that is a major online distributor of biking information. Now that's gone global. So this is again another Rotorua business through the opportunities presented at Crankworks is going to be hitting stellar production, and we're going to be hearing more about this. So there are huge added benefits, and not the least of is the pride that the volunteers, who some have been there every year and everyone's queuing up to do it, have in promoting their city and supporting an event that many of them don't actually take part in, but are happy to support. So full credit to all the organisers, and we're not the only one that gets rained out. One of the other places got so rained out that they ended up having a tricks thing instead of one of their major events. So weather affects everyone. So well done, Dave and the team.
The other comment I had back, and I think we need to share it around this table, is there was comment in the media, some negative comment that the free days weren't free days, that the ratepayers were paying $75,000. Well, certainly talking in the VIP tent up there, the people from the tourism industry will say, well, we pay a targeted tourism tax, and we see that as our investment in creating an event that fills this town, both the eateries, the accommodation, the whole lot. So I just say a huge tick to everybody, but also a big tick to our events people. They are filling the gaps where there are gaps, not only with Crankworks, but you have a look down that list. Every weekend they're trying to have a major event of some sort in this town to keep the wheels moving in Rotorua. So hats off to them. Right, transport solutions on page 71. I think that's been covered. We've talked about the flood damage, rural fire, civil defence. Any other questions? Rob, just stay there because we're going into confidential shortly. So someone like to move, that's been moved and seconded, Elder, thank you. Councillor Gould, second, Mayor Chadwick, all those in favour please say aye. Against, carried. Someone like to move that we go into confidential? Councillor Hunt, Councillor Donaldson, all those in favour please say aye. Against, carried. The first item is the confidential minutes of the Operations and Monitoring Committee held on the 2nd of February. Hang on, we're just going to turn the